Hey, everybody, welcome to Noir Bar. Live from the shadiest district of Noir City in the year of our Lord, 1942. Come on in, grab a seat, put your drink orders in, get comfortable for a late night laid-back time of banter, booze, broads, and bullets. And joining me at the bar tonight is Sam. Sam, how you doing?
I am very awake and have just been completely and totally prepared to do this stream, Polly.
Me too. That's amazing, both of us. I love it.
We're just so prepared.
I know.
So prepared. I totally didn't wake up half an hour ago because I completely forgot that, America's on daylight savings times.
Yeah.
And I'm not yet.
It's all right. I have all this stuff ready and I've totally had chat plugged in before we started the show. There it is. Okay, all right. Ready to go. Time travel's a bitch. What are you gonna do?
Oh, ain't it just? Ain't it just? How the hell are you anyway, apart from, organized?
What? Yeah, because I'm not that. I'm doing all right. What's the old saying? I could complain, but who'd listen? No one. That's who. You know why? Because I'm the bartender. We're gonna listen to other people's gripes, worries, woes, and misgivings.
Yeah, I don't envy you with that position. I'm quite cheerful this side of the bar propping out. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, if you notice, this bar has a brass rail on it, but it doesn't have the foot rail on it. Have you ever been at a bar that had the high stools like we have here, but doesn't have the boot bar at the bottom to foot upon?
Yes, actually, my local bar doesn't have a boot bar on it.
So you got to hook your fucking heels on the fucking stool itself?
Yeah, the bar itself is this is one of those things you wouldn't notice it unless you've been in a good few bars in your time, right? My local bar, the bar itself is about 3 inches lower than it should be.
Okay.
It irritates the fuck out of me. No, because you know what I mean? Like, when you're standing up, the bar is at just the right height for you to put both, forearms on and lean over it comfortably, right?
Right.
Normally, that's how tall a bar is.
Right.
Yeah, like I say, it's about a good arm's breadth too low to do that comfortably, and I don't like it.
Huh. Remember when I told you that your microphone was sounding fine?
Yes.
You got some kind of static coming through. Do you have the Quispy on?
Go with me.
All right, I will. In the meantime, chat, comfortable bar patrons, how are you? Oh, Dr. Clusterfuck is here. Always good to see. Darth Mando. Kenshin. Vol Potato. Holy shit. Long time fucking bar patron there. And Gamer Valine. I don't reach most boot bars. The bar can't be held responsible for that, Valine. They don't make child-sized bars for obvious reasons. God Emperor Dingle is here. Very nice to see. Speaking of God Emperor, room for one more, of course. Nurse Khaleesi, come on in. Somebody usually falls out at one of these things. We could use a nurse. Always helpful. And Far, the she's a co-owner of she's a co-owner of this bar and surreptitiously absconded with the lease for location 1. Something I still haven't gotten over yet. Unfortunately, she has it's 1942, so she's got the remnants of the Spanish flu and is at home sick. So she won't be joining us this evening, but we'll be sitting in the making everyone else sick out there in the bar room. Don't come on this side of the bar, Far, and no coughing on the glassware. But yeah, hearts to Far in chat because she's actually feeling pretty low and under the weather, so we feel bad for her. A hot bourbon toddy, I've been told, is the best remedy for the flu. Now, it never actually helped abate any of my flu symptoms, but damn it, once I was drunk, I didn't really care about being sick anymore, so it does work, just not in the way it's claimed to. Yeah, one way or another, right?
Is this better?
Oh, you suddenly sound extra dulcet, sir.
Lovely. That's exactly what we like.
As far as coughing on our stemware.
Not far. We'll bring you the whiskey toddy later. Just go in the back room.
So, fuck. Oof. Good God.
Indeed.
Yeah, I had Wendy's and it, whew, it's not sitting well. Like they it's just not what it's supposed to be. Typhoid 4. Okay, there. I've gotten over it. I got the Tums involved. Everything will be fine eventually. So I sent Sam this quote from. Oh shit! I forgot to the fucking fresh baked uwu doesn't exist in 1942. Let me.
Dear.
Let me turn on the Noir Bar donations. Nothing but professionalism here. Steve Dave, thank you for the $1.99. Holy fuck, why am I still conscious? Could it be because of that pitiful ratio? I know it ain't as popular as the AAA, but you think people could support? Otter Americans, smash the like, bigot. Yeah, exactly. Popular as the AAA. Well, it's a late night thing. It's a chill session. It's not driving down the highway with your hair on fire in a convertible going 130, redlining your engine. This is Noir Bar. It's chill. Thus the bluesy, slow, chill jazz that's playing in the background. You know, getting fucking steadily more drunk as the show goes on.
This is more a golf cart at midnight with Stevie Wonder, also very drunk on the back.
Really? So you were handicapped? Is that what you're saying? That's this.
But yes. We're making our way to the 19th hole, Polly. That's what we're doing.
Okay, there. More of our donations activated. So, I was reading a book, and I came across this line, and I sent it to Sam over there, and I'm gonna share it with you guys because this kills me because I only realized a connection here a little bit before we went live. There's two characters involved here, Chris and Neil, and it was a random thing, Chris said. Random? Like the guy who saved pennies I knew once? What the fuck are you saving pennies for, I asked. Because 100 of them make $1, he said. Some anonymous asshole sees you and mentions something to someone who talks to someone else, which gets overheard, and you wind up getting jackpotted. And then where the fuck did this come from? It's invisible, but it's operating all around you. Little strings of micro cause and effect. You can't see them, but they're there. Oh, I had bad luck. Bullshit. It's for real. Chris sees Neil wrestling down his anger. They exchange a look. What we can control, we control, Neil says. No avoidable exposure. No unnecessary risk. Everything that happens to us, we made happen. Whether we know how or not. And it ends with a noir horn riff. What more could you ask for? Now, Sam, everything that happens to us, we made happen whether we know how or not. Interesting.
That goes beyond determinism into super responsibility. I'm not sure I want that.
It's an interesting line, but does it remind you of anything?
Yeah, it does. It does. And I
like,
see you put it up right there.
Like the tagline from True Detective Season 2? We get the world we deserve.
Exactly like that. That one wonderful song by that Icelandic group you like very much.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I've passed around your idea. Kalo is the name of the band, the blues band from Iceland. So you've never heard Kalo. You probably have if you've seen Logan. One of their tracks made it on the soundtrack to Logan, that Sony made X-Men movie. Did Sony still own the right to X-Men at that point?
I'm not sure, actually. I'm genuinely not sure.
The awesome rated R one, that one. The Wolverine.
Old Man Logan.
Yeah, Old Man Logan, exactly. The Wolverine movie. It was actually rated R, as they all should have been. Yeah, Sam puts forward this idea that in an alternate universe, blues would have originated in Iceland, because where else? I suggested that idea to a few people, and it was... I expected people to argue with me. Immediately, it puts people to this. They look off into the distance and think, yeah. Yeah, I mean, think about it. It's a tiny, cold little fucking island. You know, they got nothing there but fishing and depression. It's yeah. If blues was going to develop anywhere other than the southern United States, where else would it develop but Iceland? Yeah. Isolation, cold, freezing, and
in the gulags of North Korea.
Well,
the place that comes to
as
mind.
if they allow them instruments there.
Tap, you can hum.
Yeah, but think about this. Another connection. Where's True Detective Season 4 taking place?
Ooh, good shout. Good shout.
Frigid Alaska. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Those sweet Icelandic blues. They are sweet, Far. What the hell?
The US looked at Canada and was just like, oh boy, gonna give me some of that. And then they invented Alaska, and that's how that happened. True story.
I am sincerely looking forward to True Detective Season 4. I mean, Nick Pizzolatto's a fucking genius. Everything he writes is gold. The most hated characters that I have seen in any cinema or anything in the last, 15 or 20 years have been Nick Pizzolatto creations. That's when you know someone's a good writer. Not when they write someone you like, but when they write someone that you want to kill. They're able to...
Right.
Think about that for a second. You know, it's easy enough to cheer someone on, but when they're able to write a character that is so... Just think McConaughey in True Detective Season 1. I just want to strangle him. Rust, the pontificating know-it-all cocksucker, that guy who's got he actually refers to himself as a meatbag, you know, in this primate body of mine, I'm little more than a meatbag with the questionable gift of self-consciousness, knowing that one day I'm gonna die, and I will spend my entire life fighting against that reality, pretending it's not rushing on at me like a train. And it's like, oh, shut up, emo boy. And it's just...
God.
No.
I wonder the California movie and TV critics preferred Season 1 to Season 2.
Right? I just...
They're a bunch of wannabe European, wannabe philosophical fucking polywords.
It was just... I sincerely hope that comes back at me one day, that I'll be watching like Joe Rogan or something, and he goes, they're a bunch of polywords. And I'll be like, yeah, there. Mission accomplished. I can retire from the internet now. I guess my name has become
I'm seeding
a curse.
A meme. Oh, shit.
Like Jeffrey from Game of Thrones.
The only thing I knew for sure was this. Every son of a bitch that worked for him. They were all gonna be better off dead.
I should really take more clips from Last Man Standing. What a great fucking movie. Alan, thank you for the $3. Hello, Polly. Love the jazz. Yeah. And it's not easy to pick. It is so easy to pick bubbly jazz if you're not careful. You know what I mean? If it's not smoky, underscored, needs to be played at 3 a.m. level bluesy jazz, well, it's not right for this bar. And it also just sounds like elevator music then. And nobody wants that. Thank you very much, Alan. Greatly appreciate it. And Gamer Valine for the $9. They're all better off dead. Yeah. I was the first one here, and first like, and sharing on Discord. Well, Steve Dave was lost in some random hallway. He can suck my big dick energy. I can tell you that Valine really was the first one here. I don't know what she meant by her first comment, though, Sam. She just wrote, "Oh, really?" Well, yeah.
Neither.
It's the bar, Valine. You've been here before. I could understand, but, you know, whatever.
That woman confuses me at times, Polly.
And it's just you, man. It's fine.
Actually, I confound you, not confuse you. Love you, Verlaine.
I joke about giving her a really good hard shake when I meet her. I mean, don't get me wrong, not as lengthy of a shake as Far Weibo have coming to them, especially Far. I'll leave her alone tonight because she's sick, but like, I mean, yeah. But I really suspect that Valine might kick me in the shins while I'm doing it.
I wouldn't put it past her.
Let's just say that passivity and non-violence don't really, not phrases I associate with Valine.
I mean, he's sleeping, maybe. Beyond that, I'm gonna go with no.
That's when you kick her back in the ankles. Get yourself a fucking fire poker and just, wait till she falls asleep and then crack over the shins. Yeah, there. How do you like it?
Oh, dude.
You know where I got that, the idea of the fire poker from? Yellowstone. Every time Rip beats the hell out of somebody, you know what his weapon is? Fucking branding iron. He's always beating the shit out of somebody with a fucking branding iron.
A very choice weapon, isn't it, that?
Well, like, I mean, they're not made for strength, right? They're just, it's wrought iron, but not like hardened steel. So he always ends up like folding it over their head when he hits them with it. I think it's more for the effect.
Seems a little unwieldy to me.
Well, it's weighted at the end because that's where the brand is, right? The Yellowstone Y. And I think that's supposed to be the point more than anything. It's supposed to be like, narrative device because he's cracking somebody with the Yellowstone brand. Get it?
Yeah.
Oh. You just got duttoned. Crack! It's... Oh, excuse me. So, Sam, how's things? How's life? What's going on?
How's things? How's life? I mean, in general, life is very busy. Life is very, very busy, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to actually chill out at a bar at the end of the week and get a few drinks in. Because, I don't pay myself enough. I joke about it way too often, but it's true.
Aren't you completely in control of that?
True.
Like in every way? Sans what the government demands of you?
What a lot of people don't seem to understand about being self-employed, or even being employed through a business that you own, is that customers are your boss. They're the ones that decide whether or not you get to eat. Granted, I'm a little bit past that point now, but yes, it's been a rough few weeks. No sign of it easing up anytime soon.
You mean in terms of the paucity of clientele, or just the amount of work?
It's the amount of work more so than anything. I'm slowly but surely working towards handing over primary responsibility to my junior director, because I am gearing up for this into the US.
I know. I've warned the State Department. They're expecting you.
Well, it's for all the rest of the patrons there, Polly. They may or may not know I've been in the US before, and I've come back from over there due to unforeseen circumstances at the time, and bit by bit I'm working towards moving over there full time.
Yeah. You know how you're often mistaken for British? Lean into that.
See, you say that, and yet probably going to have an easier time getting in on my French passport.
Oh, you tell the State Department whatever you need to. I'm talking about like the everyday people you encounter, especially which area of the Republic you move to. Just
Texas, baby.
Yeah, lie your ass off. It's
I like freedom, I like guns, I like pizza. I'm going to fit in just fine in Texas.
Until they see your passport, you'll be fine. It's
Why would they hate the French? We are the only reason they have a country.
See, now that's the kind of statement that starts bar fights, Sam. You don't. Truth and historical fact is not a factor here.
I've been in my fair share of bar fights.
Let me tell you, Hicks, about General Rochambeau. Okay, you wouldn't have an army that was worth anything if he hadn't trained your regulars to be anything close to the term. Yeah, like you'd get that far before you fucking cut a glass. No.
You know what? To be honest with you, when it comes to bar fights and getting glassed, I have done very, very, very well in that regard.
In recovering
We've
from
always-
getting glassed or in glassing people?
Never actually being glassed in the face.
Oh. Nasty Nate, thank you for the $5 and the sexy Jessica Alba. I haven't seen her in a while. How you doing? Otters Unite. Yeah, indeed. Isn't it weird that the $5 donation that's the I don't know what you want to call it, default standard over at Streamlabs is a dancing otter?
I didn't know that.
It is.
Didn't know that. Huh.
You see it come up sometimes because Streamlabs is good of an alternative as it is to super chats and super stickers. It also has its shortcomings, like its incredibly outdated UI. I mean, 1982 IBM green screen seems more up to date. Not really, but you get the point. Yeah, and sometimes, as I'm sure chat just saw, you see like a dancing otter for a second, and it happens too. The Asian guy doing the pushing dollars off of his hand thing. You'll see this default donation GIF come up before the actual one that we've set in there. Pisses me off. Yeah, I have never gotten glassed myself, although I did have somebody actually threaten me Old West style by breaking a bottle and coming at me with a broken end. Yeah, that actually, yeah, true story, that happened.
I've never had I've never had somebody do it to my face. Bottles have been broken around me, and I've heard people move up behind me, but that's what elbows are for.
Well, it turned into a scuffle. I mean, if you're gonna go after somebody with a broken bottle, where you've got a hold of the bottle top or the neck of the bottle, right? Just cut them with it. Don't threaten them with it. Do something. You know what I mean? It's
right.
Yeah, it's like the old idea, don't pull a gun unless you're ready to shoot it. Yeah, don't break a bottle over something and come at somebody if you're not gonna, because he never did. Like, I actually was able to get a hold of his wrist, and that's how it just kind of turned into a struggle. We went down to the ground, and I don't even know what happened to the bottle, but I was never stuck with it. Nobody got cut. It was and it was a whole bunch of people too. It was like 4 or 5 people. A bunch of guys that he was with, a bunch of people that I knew. And I mean, dude, it was in a bar. What do you think happened? The bouncers were on us like a fucking cheap suit. Like, it just, the scuffle lasted for like 6 seconds before there were dudes twice my size stretching me back, threatening to break me like a chicken wing. That was it. It was over.
That's an experience I didn't get until I went abroad and I was drinking abroad. I was where I'm from. I mean, BG kind of highlighted it in chat there. Down to earth rural French. Yeah, there aren't very many tall, broad people in my region of France. So yeah, it wasn't until I went abroad that I actually met a bouncer that could break me like a chicken wing. I mean, don't get me wrong. When bouncers get involved, I typically do the courteous thing and allow them to remove me from the situation. Because, fun fact, a lot of bouncers are armed with, if not guns, then tasers, that sort of thing here.
Yeah, I guess cattle prods, whatnot, whatever.
I've been tased before, and it's not very nice. It's really not very nice.
You were stun gunned or tased?
Is there a difference in your mind?
Certainly. A taser shoots 2 little fucking darts that stick in you and shock you.
Yeah, no, both. I've had both.
What? All right. No, you can't. No, Sam, you can't tell the story. You can't mention getting tased without telling the story of how it is somebody pointed a taser gun at you and fired 2 air pressure darts into your body and then shocked you with like over 100,000 volts. You got to tell that story. Come on.
See, yeah,
I can't even conceive of how that would happen to me. So I just like I've had police point guns at me and get down on the ground, etc. But no, never a taser. That's never happened.
I've had police officers point guns at me as well. No, I was at a protest. Things were getting a little bit violent. I wasn't especially involved in the violence, but hey, I'm a big guy. Short-ass police officer, not very happy with the situation. Stuck in the middle of the line. They were attempting to kettle people and scoop out individuals that were, engaging in violence and throwing stuff and all that kind of thing.
Right.
And I ended up taking a dart that was meant for somebody else. That was not fun. Really not fun. It's not so much that it hurts, it's more the, with every fiber of your being, trying not to shit yourself.
What? Really? You feel a distinctive sphincter loosening or what?
It's more the everything tensing and then relaxing, tensing and relaxing, tensing and relaxing in rapid succession.
That makes sense.
I'd had
okay. That makes sense.
I had a big breakfast, so you do the mathematics on that. The over/under on you shitting yourself while getting tased, if you've had something to eat within like the past couple of days, is pretty much 50-50.
Oh my god, that's fantastic. See, when I'm talking taser, I'm thinking like taser, chat like a taser. The things that police women grab onto thinking they're guns, because I mean, look at that, it feels exactly like a gun when you pick it up. Am I right?
The weighting is identical.
I mean, I'm laughing, but it's not funny. People die. It's.
It's true. It's true. I won't lie. I do recall my my heartbeat resembling something along the lines of Mexican dance music for a short period of time after the fact.
Whereas it's something more like with wires coming out of it, like so. Oh, this one's got the extended magazine, which isn't a magazine, of course. It's just an extra in case you've shocked one guy. And then you just need to fire 2 more darts into them. So they got like the ready-made new cartridge to go on the end. And it's like, oh, that's nice.
That strikes me as being very American, with the methamphetamine issues you all got over there.
Yeah.
Not gone down after the first tasing. Tase him again.
Yeah. I mean, you get... What's interesting to me is that things are called tasers all the time. But like, if you look at taser, copyright. Like, it's an owned name brand, if you know what I mean. But yet, you will see things that are like, little fuckers like this that are called tasers, and they're not. They're fucking, stun guns. And not even that. Just arcs across the 2 positive and negative poles, and 35 billion micro stun gun. 35 billion what?
35 billion micros.
Oh.
Fuck, I don't know.
Why? That's enough to kill 200 chipmunks.
69 American alligators.
What a piece of junk. I'm just looking at this thing and what a piece of fucking junk. I don't know if you remember at $10, like $10. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Man, you ain't stopping shit.
Would not trust that.
No. Oh, look, it plugs it up. Yeah, I knew this.
Oh, no, that...
Yeah, that's how you recharge. I knew a friend of mine, she had one of these, and she goes, it plugs right into the wall. I'm like, okay, now, I don't know if you remember. There was a certain goofy individual that was online. He very well may still be, for all I know, named Andy Worski. Now, Mr. Worski decided...
The only thing I knew for sure was this. Every son of a bitch that worked for him. They were all going to be better off dead.
Fuck, I love that donation so much. Carefully, thank you for the $9. Breaking a bottle to attack someone is a shit plan. If you're determined to use a liquor bottle in a fight, a Jägermeister bottle is a superior choice. The next step would be a brick. She has a point. Well, hold on. Which is superior, the Jägermeister bottle or the... How do you spell Di Serono? This or...
Literally as it sounds.
Geese or... Oh, no. Di Serono. See, now that strikes me. Poor word choice. That...
Hope not.
That smacks of something that would be painful. I mean, look at that. Those bottles are fucking thick. I don't know if you've ever picked one up. I mean, Jaeger, I hear your point, Valine. Yeah. But something tells me that the Di Serono bottle might be the superior choice. Especially.
No, what?
Because, I mean, who the fuck drinks Di Serono? The thing's going to be full.
Right. I think I've got to disagree purely from the point of view of think about where you're going to be gripping that if you grip it by the neck, which, you should. When you go to smash it, right, there's a good chance, due to the shape of it and the shortness of the neck, that you're actually going to end up shattering it up to the neck and cutting yourself. You're going to be cutting the webbing between your index finger and your thumb when you do.
Okay.
Like a hammer pinch off an old school 1911.
Right. So now you got me thinking. What is the superior bottle to crash somebody with? I mean, is there a bottle that's made out of tempered glass at all? I mean, that's why people use glasses, period. Not just because they happen to have a beer glass in their hand, also because it's tempered glass and it's hard as fuck. I mean, if you shatter a fucking tempered, like a pint glass over someone's head, you have swung it fucking hard. You're going to split their fucking scalp against their skull. That's just why we have nurses here. Thank God Khaleesi's here. No one glassing anyone. Because if you get thrown out, that means you're stuck here in 1942. Which means you could, subject to the rigors of the time.
You could become infected, or you'd end up having to go to a shitty back street hospital, or worse yet, conscripted.
Well, see, that's what I was thinking. You might get, drafted. Or at the very least, they're going to ask you, what's your draft status, young man? I mean, that's always something I found interesting. The idea that police would now they'll grill you about license and registration. Back then, they can grill you about your fucking draft status. Oh, I'm just looking. Gamer Valine, thank you for the $10. I've dropped a Jaeger bottle from a third story. They bounce on cement. Holy shit. Okay. Anecdotal, but impressive.
The people.
Okay, how about a Cristal bottle? Not many people know, but the bottom of them, well, okay. Fuck, how do you spell Cristal?
That one looks like a butt plug.
Do you spell Cristal? T-A-L?
It's C-R-I-S-T-A-L.
C-R-I.
Fairly sure.
Yeah, there's one. All sizes. Let's go large. See any way we're going to be able to see it. There we go. Oh, God. Really? Open image. Make my life hard, right? Open copy image address. No.
Open image in new tab.
Oh, yeah, right there.
From the result.
Open link in new tab. No, open image in new tab. Where do you see that?
Midway down.
Oh, yeah.
Way down.
Shut up, Sam. Oh, look at that. It's huge.
Go back to the image, hold down control, and then scroll wheel up.
No. I refuse. See? Doesn't really help, does it? Okay, close enough.
If you go to the image itself, I mean.
Well,
opened up in the new tab.
Yeah, really? Look, see? It's all still pixels.
It's visible.
Okay, anyway, the reason I'm going through all this bullshit, people in chat, is like, what the fuck are you doing, Polly? Well, okay, I'm drinking, all right? Look, not a lot of people know that the bottom of it, you motherfucker, come here. That's all solid glass. I know. Okay. Yeah, and well, most champagne bottles aren't like that. They don't have. Whoa, dude, I've made it big. Look at that shit. Look at that. Yeah. That duck, duck, go, man. That ain't no regular size image, man. That's okay. Here we go. Champagne bottle. Why don't I just go ahead and put that A in there? There we go. See, the bottom of them are normally curved like that.
That's a...
Now, I know Sam knows this. He's French. It's just what they do. It's Champagne brand champagne. It's also Brut. They do this. They do this curved thing to make the bottom of them strong. Don't ask me why. Ask an architect. For some reason, the curvature adds to strength. That's why they put arches over doorways and whatnot. And Cristal, to be different, wanted a flat-bottomed bottle. They didn't want the curvature like everybody else. So that makes the bottom of the bottle really weak. So to make up for that, they made the bottom like 3/4 of an inch solid glass. So it's my assertion here today, Sam, that the superior bottle to crack someone might be the expensive one, the Cristal. Because it's solid, glass at the bottom, and you still got a nice big neck to grip at the top.
I'd have said so. Although there is that one slight potential problem. Certain brands of champagne, for some stupid reason, really like the idea of their bottles being opened with things rather than, uncorked, as is the standard fashion, right? I'm talking odds and the like.
Right.
And so they deliberately make the neck of the bottle thin.
Yeah.
The thinnest part of the glass. It's a silly thing to do. You really don't have to do it. I can open a bottle of wine with a bloody butter knife. You don't need to make the glass any thinner.
You yourself have sabered champagne bottles?
Oh, well, I've not done a champagne bottle yet.
Okay.
But I have done other sparkling wines. I did it with Prosecco once. That was a lot of fun.
Prosecco?
Yeah.
You live in France.
No, that's why I was breaking the top off the bottle, because I didn't give a fuck.
So it's a massive glass hammer. Yeah, see, this is why Far is so helpful to have as a compatriot on Noir Bar. She can take my paragraph of description and turn it into a sentence. It's great. Yes, it's a massive glass hammer. Exactly.
At least one strike, yes.
No, I'm just I don't understand people when they get into the thing about like Prosecco. Okay, I mean, first of all, Sam, the method champenois, the method traditionnel. I mean, you have cava right there from Spain. It's fermented in bottle, the way sparkling wine should be, as God intended. Why would you? It's alcoholic 7-Up Prosecco.
No, exactly. I wasn't drinking it. I was disrespecting it. That's why I was practicing on that. Yes.
Oh.
You got to practice somehow. What am I going to do? On a bottle of beer? No. I actually want to drink beer.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
Cava is absolutely superior to Prosecco.
Of all potato, thank you for the $3. I'd go with a vodka bottle. They have a thick base to make them look like it has more in it than it actually has, and most have a long neck. That makes a good handle. Yeah. Yeah.
A Bacardi bottle, they've got a fairly thick base to them. Well, they used to have.
Really? Bacardi.
Yeah.
Let's see. It kind of looks like your standard curvature. Ooh.
If you look at the thickness of the actual glass at the bottom, though.
I wish I could, but I'm using a Chromium browser right now, and it doesn't have open image new tab that works. Oh, look, it worked. Shut up, Sam. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. I mean, it's not as thick as the Cristal, but like, hey, anything to avoid trying to source the Cristal to begin with. It's completely overrated. I mean,
wait. You know, it's Bacardi, so
yeah. So who cares, right? And especially it's Bacardi White. But, yeah.
Yeah, not a big white rum guy, if I'm honest.
You know, I've told my dad repeatedly, he's like, oh, I like the dark rums. And it's like, Dad, you have like 3 drinks a year, you know. I never say it out loud, but it's like, you know, why do you keep talking about what you prefer? I mean, it would be like me talking about my preferred kind of kiwi fruit. I've had like 3 in my life.
Really?
Yeah, it's furry fruit? No, man.
I like gooseberries either then.
Gooseberries.
Gooseberries.
How are they? Are they like related to kiwis?
Oh no, they're not related to kiwis, but they are fluffy.
They
They
are?
have hairs on the outside. Yeah. Imagine a hairy grape.
A gooseberry. Well, no, why would you call it a gooseberry? They don't have fucking... Geese don't have fur. Good picture of one. They're grapes, bro.
Scroll up a little bit.
They're disturbingly translucent. I don't like this.
Oh, aren't they? Really are.
Like, that is... Like... Alien.
Wait a sec. Are there different types of gooseberry?
You know when you... you know when you kill one of the synthetics in the Alien universe? And this is what's on the inside of them? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah. How would you do it? What would you type in? Alien synthetic guts? How would you bring the alien 1979 guts? That do it? What the fuck? What is it?
That's got to be Japan. Oh, it's from Ultraman.
What? Yeah, oh yeah. It's what are we looking at? No, the film Alien from 1979. What's the guy who played the fucking the Hobbit, the old one, the old Hobbit?
Wait, in the Hobbit movies or in the Lord of the Rings movies?
Lord of the Rings.
The old Hobbit is Bilbo, and I can't remember the actor who plays him.
I'm trying to remember the his name. Come on, chat, help me out here. Ian Holmes. That's right, Ian Holmes, and his character's name was what?
Bo.
Bo. No, an alien.
Wait, hold on. Oh, an alien. Okay, bear with me.
It's like Raft or Ritz or Chaz. What's his name? It's like one syllable name.
See?
Huh?
Apparently he played Ash, the
Ash.
quote calm technocratic science officer.
That's right. Okay, Alien 1979. Ash. We got a pile of ash now. Yeah, there he is. See, okay, look, when you bust him open, look, all the little ball guts. What happens when you bust open one of those synthetics? Or a beheaded hobbit.
This is such a memeable picture.
I know. Let's just not. There, Green Badger Outdoors. Ash. And speaking of which, welcome, Green Badger Outdoors, long-time viewer. Happy to have you here.
Hello.
See, I'm not making shit up. See, look at all the little balls that they have inside. I thought that was clever as shit. Instead of like electronic, doohickeys and whatnot, and lights turning on and off, and stuff that looks like it belongs on Darth Vader's chest, it's milky guts that don't make no sense. It's an interesting direction to take sci-fi for robots, I thought.
Yeah, some sort of insulating fluid or something along those lines.
Yeah.
Oh, I sent you a picture of the gooseberries that I'm accustomed to.
All right, let me just grab this picture of French gooseberries.
I don't know where specifically these ones are from. It turns out that there are a great many different varieties of gooseberry.
Oh, God, they are furry. So the answer to your question from minutes ago is yes.
And if anybody can remember the question, no, just
Slim!
Hello there, Slim. Bear with me a minute. I've been neglecting chat. I do apologize, guys.
All I remember is Bishop. Yeah, no kidding. Well, he was so memorable. Oh, shit. God damn it. What's that actor's name? Lance Hendrickson. Fuck, he's awesome. He raises the quality of anything he's in. He's like Michael Ironside. He automatically makes any movie better. Do you know Michael Ironside?
Mm-hmm. I do, yeah.
By automatic inclusion, Starship Troopers became better because of Michael Ironside. I mean, that's a really shitty movie if you stop and think about it. I mean, Denise Richards, the most vapid actress other than Brie Larson to ever grace a piece of celluloid.
Yeah. I mean, like, Jennifer Lawrence comes across as having personality by comparison, right?
She really does. But, What do you think would happen if we looked best bottle to glass somebody with? What kind of results do you think we would get?
It's a very good question.
Best liquor, L-I-Q-U. Quiet, I've been drinking. Best liquor bottle weapon. A Molotov cocktail. Well, okay, I should have seen that coming. That is the correct answer. Sam, turn that up. It's not loud enough. Jesus Christ.
Oh, God, you got to be kidding me. It's turned all the bloody way down. Thank you, Bob Potato, for the $2. Polly doesn't like furry fruits, but he does like furry suits, since Polly is a hardcore furry.
You know, he's the one responsible for putting on IMDb the lore that I'm a furry. At least he's taking credit for it. I don't know if he actually did it, but I believe him.
Oh, dear.
You know what? I should have seen this coming. Not only Molotov cocktail, but the various bottles I've seen that are in the shape of like Tommy guns and stuff. Like, that's what it's going to be. It's a bunch of weapon-shaped bottles. See, there it is. That stupid fucking tequila in the shape of a Tommy gun. You know how dumb that is? It's so fucking dumb.
It's just awkward.
Yeah. Why? Oh, look, we got a Kalashnikov, and it's got what? Udka in it or something, I guess? Yay. Fucking gay. GAE. YouTube. GAE.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. Getting 10% off that one.
Oh, I did. I wrote your IMDb. Well, thank you. I greatly appreciated you telling the world that I am, in fact, a furry. I'm not. It's...
Look, he put on a rabbit suit once, and that was when he and Far were cosplaying each other. Okay? Different.
That was one of my favorite pictures that Far ever drew. Fuck, that's a good one. Boom.
It really is.
Let me just... By the way, guys, I'm redesigning my OBS setup, so I'm not going to have to go through the pain that I'm going through right now to hunt and find things, because I'll be able to find them easier and then share them easier. And that's the whole reason that I'm doing what I'm doing. I just found out that you needn't have your scene set up as a list. It can also be a grid of tabs. I had no idea. None. You know where it was? They hid it in the right-click menu. Conniving bastards.
It's weird. Clay.
What?
The way they go about hiding stuff in OBS. And it's like, it would be nice to have a grid for sources as well.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, no. We don't get those.
There
we
it
don't
is.
have those, apparently.
Oh.
I love this picture. I really do.
It's one of my favorites because it was so unexpected. Far dressed as an otter and me dressed as a rabbit. It's
Far in chat says, I'm also not a furry.
Well, your self-drawn picture says otherwise.
Don't even start, she says. Oh, indeed.
Okay, I don't want to give up on this. Seriously, there's got to be a way to hunt down the best bottle to use as a weapon. 45 survival uses for alcohol. No. How to turn 12 everyday items into improvised weapons. Glassing has its own Wikipedia page. Shall we read?
Yes. Yes, let us peruse. Bottling in New
It
Zealand.
should be changed to glassing
drinker.
crime. Because it's not clear. Yeah, this is what the guy came at me with. One of these. Didn't get to use it, though. That's a particularly jagged one. Good lord. Yeah.
Yeah, you won't want that sticking any and twisting.
No, not at all. Even a little. All right. Glassing or bottling in New Zealand is a physical attack using a glass or bottle as a weapon. Glassings occur at public bars or pubs or where alcohol is served, or at such times that they're readily available. The most common method of glassing involves an attacker smashing an intact glass vessel in the face of the victim, though it can also be smashed onto a surface, then gripped by the remaining base of the glass or neck of the bottle, with the broken shards protruding outwards. Tempered glass is a policy response. Yeah, we need to stop this. What do you mean? That made it worse.
Yeah.
In 2000, following a series of glassing attacks in Manchester, Greater Manchester Police, the Manchester Evening News launched a campaign of Safe Glass, Safe City, promoting the use of toughened glass in pubs to prevent such attacks or to increase the potential lethality or injuriousness of such attacks.
I would say with toughened glass, though, if you are stabbed with a piece of toughened glass, it's a lot less likely to break off inside you, which does make treating such injuries quite a bit easier. Well, I would imagine. I mean, hell, we have a nurse in chat. Let's ask her.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. And Khaleesi, she's managed to still be here past Sam's sphincter story. Which is worse as an ER nurse? A shattering piece of glass or a much harder, tougher piece of glass that somebody has used as a blunt instrument? What is more likely to be dangerous? I would guess the tempered glass simply because of the solidity of the object. Evolved potato. Thank you very much for the fin evolved potato. I put pictures that say you are... Wait. I put pictures that I say are you on your IMDb, and you can't disprove otherwise. You will be forever known as a furry online. Evolved potato, I'd get angry, but we're talking about my online reputation. It's trash, man. It's trash. It's I'm not going to get in an argument over nothing worth fighting for. What? How dare you besmirch my reputation, sir? I am known as
Demand satisfaction.
Yeah, I am known as a fine, upstanding gentleman online. Anything but. I mean, for God's sake, polywords is a commonly used phrase. No.
So proud of that, aren't you? You're so proud of that.
Shattering glass. It travels. Okay. Fair enough. Bar was wearing Western Australia, and what it said there, in 2011, the government of Western Australia made recommendations to the state hospitality industry on the use of tempered glass in hotels in response to glassing violence. The state government and the Australian Hotels Association created a self-regulatory program on the rollout of tempered glass in pubs, with most hotels and bars expecting to change over to tempered beer glasses in the 6 to 12 months. Royal Perth's hospital head of plastic surgery, Mark Duncan Smith, described it as an important step to protecting the public. We only want blunt force trauma. We want fractured skulls and subdermal hematomas that we have to drill into the patient's skull to relieve the pressure, lest it causes their brain to pop. That's much better than some cuts.
Dear me.
I'm just saying.
The image.
Gamer Feline, thank you very much for the $7. Greatly appreciated. I mean, the link I sent to both you and Sam describes how someone came up with the best bottle to weaponize. It definitely doesn't confirm my anecdotal example. It's sarcasm. I have a feeling this is going to be like Jägermeister, the weapon of all, you know. Let's see. Jägermeister. Which is what? Master Hunter? Oh God, really? You sent me something? You age-gated me, Valine?
He's stunned and in a state of confusion, people, because the day is before the month.
Yeah, why would you send me an age-gated link, Valine? What the hell? The day is, I don't know, the first. The month is the first. And the year is...
1942. You gotta do it.
1942. I'm an old man. All right. Bottle from the School of Hard Knocks. Here we go. Oh, I didn't realize this is going right off screen. That's another thing that the redesign that I'm doing here will spare us the trouble of here, chat. I won't have to be doing the things you're watching me do right now. Moving shit around the screen because nobody can decide where the shit on their websites is supposed to go. And can I increase the size of this? Of course I can. So let's just all read the micro writing here. Kurt Mast felt that a stable, high-quality bottle was important in his fine herbal liqueur. The model he ended up choosing would become the distinctively green Jägermeister bottle. He first put a number of possible bottles through a breakage test at home in his kitchen. Kurt Mast dropped one bottle after another onto the wooden floor from a height. From a height, Sam.
It's about 3 American alligators end to end. That's a height.
Okay. Half of a what?
Half of a furlong, but vertical.
Half of a furlong, but vertical. Yeah, it's a third of giraffe's neck. Everyone knows what a height is. Come on. A rectangular model whose glass color was initially transparent and proved to be especially robust. To strengthen reference to hunting, the bottle was produced in a hunter's green. A positive side effect, the dark green glass is opaque to most UV rays and thus protects the precious herbal liqueur. Okay, Valine, I am... she provided...
convinced.
Yeah, that's persuasive. Normally I'd tell you that, shut up, I'm tired of your anecdotes, but for God's sake, man, she actually threw a citation at me. Huh.
I'm just delighted that the person is Kurt Mast. It sounds like a euphemism.
Yeah, it really does.
It's very close to the French word for short. Kurt is.
Yeah. What is the smaller measurement than an inch? Fractions thereof, sir.
Yeah, typically.
Yeah. A quarter, an eighth. I think it starts going off the rails at a 32nd and a 64th, and then realigns at a thousandths.
I've told you before, I'll tell you again, you're not allowed to have those. Those are metric.
It's still a fraction, Sam. It's there's no decimals involved.
Oh, decimals!
So you're off in the military there. Were they actually describing bullet weights in metric numbers and like meters per second that the bullet was traveling and so forth?
Yes.
That's just such a foreign concept to me. I hate that when I pick up a box of ammunition and it tells me meters per second. I'm like, this means nothing to me. It's like 2,400 feet per second. That can make some sense. 150 grain bullet for a given rifle round or whatever. Okay, that makes sense when it's like, oh, it's 32 grains. I'm like, is that a lot? I don't even...
I really have a hard time working in grains. I really do.
There's 7,000 grains in a pound. What's the problem?
It's a weird number. Strange number. Like again, I can work with most imperial measures, right? Because they typically break down into 16 or 12. For the simple reason being is you can work out quarters, thirds, and halves very, very easily with numbers like 12, right?
Right, base 12. Sure.
From that, yeah, right. Yeah. So from that point of view, I can work with that very, very easily. But when you start dealing with like fucking 100 and grain and that kind of crap, it's just get this right. Get this. There is a unit of measurement called a chain. Do you know what a chain is?
I do not.
Feet. And then there's a yard, which is 3 feet.
You lost me.
Why not just keep it? Why not just keep it fucking inches, feet, yard? Easy.
Well, you got a hot fucking nerve, Sam. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, who the fuck? Who uses a deciliter? No one. I mean, there's all sorts of fucking prefixes in the metric system that never are employed.
You can use it. That's the point. You can use it, but you don't have to. One of the ones that upsets me is they'll have a bottle and it'll say like 750 milliliters / 75 centiliters. It's like, gee, thanks, chuckle fucks.
Yeah, I know how to move the decimal too.
Myself.
Yeah, that's right. Moving decimals always confused me in school. Oh, thank God they just printed it right on the bottle. Huh?
All right, I'm so glad for this handy reference sheet on the front of my bottle of wine.
So, let me show you something, Sam. RCHNILL. Oh, there it is. There it is. That. I have one of these. A Paul Roger, Sir Winston Churchill, 1996 vintage. The last truly outstanding champagne vintage was 96. Okay, so you end up in this spot, right? Where you always hear about it in movies and stuff where people say, I was saving this for a special occasion, that kind of thing. Yeah, I've got several bottles like that, and this is one of them. I said when I graduated my master's program, that's when I was going to do it. And then, this other time, successful defense of my thesis was the first one that I had come up with. And I successfully defended my thesis, and I thought, I'm not opening this bottle with these fucking ingrates. I hate these people. No. And then it's like, when I graduate, when I walk the stage. And I'm like, no, I just want to go get loaded. And besides, they're buying. Why would I bring the liquor? Do you know what I mean?
Right.
Like, I didn't go.
Fuck 'em.
I didn't go out with friends from school. I went out with friends that were, friends, like actual friends of mine. So they're like, we're gonna take you out and get you loaded. I'm like, okay. Well, why would I bring liquor with me? That's like bringing a sandwich to a fucking smorgasbord. Why would you do it?
It's insulting. It's insulting. Conceivable. Violation of politesse, that would be.
I mentioned this, I don't know, for like a month ago on AAA, and I decided to ease back from mocking the hell out of Drunkle that he didn't know that there was an extremely famous French champagne named after Sir Winston. he thought I was just like talking about, like, he was quite lost. I'm not sure if he knew what I meant. He wasn't aware that there was a Paul Roger named Sir Winston Churchill.
I mean, let's be fair. He's not the most nationalistic patriot who's ever, conceived in the British Isles. He voted Remain.
But that's what I'm saying. He voted Remain. That's why, and I'm not here to bust his balls. Yeah, absolutely. I'm not here to bust his balls about that. That means he's an internationalist. He's very big into the, his argument was the trade relationship that it fostered. Well, not apparently enough to get one of these in your local liquor store.
Right?
And I don't even mean that particular vintage. I mean any Churchill edition of Paul Roger.
All the champagne to get drunkle, this is the one you should have.
Yeah. Do you actually, out of curiosity, have a preference for champagne? Brut, sec, demi-sec?
No. Well, I mean, in terms of strength or quality, I suppose you would say, and I don't mean quality as in the level of quality. I mean the qualities, dry and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
I do. In terms of brand, though, no, I don't. I'm not actually the biggest fan of champagne. I don't particularly enjoy sparkling wines over any other. And when it comes to wines, I'm very much a red wine kind of guy.
Wow. I would have to parse that out for things that I can agree with. There's not a lot to work with there. Do you agree with Nurse Khaleesi that champagne tastes like markers smell? Which I thought was I thought it was a fun
it's
line.
It's a good job I like you. It's a good job I really quite like you, because it's fighting words.
Whether it's true or not, I thought it was a funny line.
Oh dear.
Good old champagne. Yeah, I know. I happen to be a big fan of champagne. I remember one time when I got a case of champagne, and it's not the full dozen case, it's the 6 bottle cases, because it was zero dosage. And the person's like, do you want this? And you should have seen the look on their face. You think they were looking at, like, you know, a warm bucket of hamster vomit or something. Like, just, ugh.
Look,
you want this?
You're gonna drink.
Ooh, Weeble legs. Go ahead. You were saying?
Yeah. So if you're gonna drink champagne, or a dosage every day of the week.
Yeah. Good for you. Onto that in just a second. After I get to Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Chakotay's Indian Casinos donated $3, which fucking up top. High five to whoever did that. That's fucking hilarious. Chakotay's Indian Casinos donated $3. Thank you very much. I mean, they are an indie casino. They've got the money to spare, am I right? So, you're stranded at home, let's say 70,000 light years, and the local garbage man you befriended just turned your dining room into a galley, and he serves red wine with fish. What do you do?
Oh, see, here's the funny thing. There are certain red wines that you could get away with serving with fish.
This was on my sommelier exam, actually.
Hey.
Yeah, it was Sangiovese and Pinot Noir.
Mm-hmm. I've really got to take that thing at some point, Polly. When it comes up, it comes up periodically, right? For people in chat, periodically, Polly and I will discuss the matter of sommelier. And he's like, "You should just go and take it, man. You should just go do it." That's this, and I'm like, "Yeah," and then I don't, and it slips out of my mind.
You really should.
But yeah,
it's
really should.
I mean,
I really should.
If you want to understand how incredibly frivolous human beings are within the grand scheme of things, like if you want to increase your misanthropy, yeah, study for the sommelier exam. It worked for me. It worked wonders for my hatred of people. Hear me out on this one. Like, how's that possible? Sam, they conducted DNA analyses on Zinfandel to demonstrate its varietal origin.
Sakes.
Like, there's diseases that need to be researched. There's human suffering in the world. Like, and I'm not even trying to be like a Greta Thunberg about things. Like, people are suffering. Well, someone think of the children. I just mean, you're conducting DNA tests on fucking grapes, man. Like I said, it will help you understand just how frivolous people can be. That somebody has to prove
Zinfandel of all fucking things.
Yeah, Zinfandel is actually the same varietal as I forget, because I hate Zin. I do. It's no offense, Far. It's everything that's wrong with Australian wine. It's incredibly fruit forward. It's wildly sweet naturally. It extremely high in alcohol content because of its very, very high natural bricks of sugar content. I mean, so very sweet, high in alcohol content, extremely fruity. What does that tell you? What does that say to you other than Australian wine? Am I right?
I mean, And Californians are like that as well. A lot of Californians are like that as well. But yeah, you're absolutely right.
It's, I guess it bugs. How many people in chat have fucked off while I'm just shooting my mouth off about fucking wine because no one cares?
None, actually.
Oh my God.
We've gained numbers.
We've gained numbers. It's for those.
Discussing alcohol at a bar, Polly. I'm fairly sure people they turn up. They turn up.
Yeah, no, fair enough. I was hoping that they were gonna do it, but looking up like zero dosage does not champagne. Nah, it just shows off different zero dosages. For those of you who don't know what we're talking about, it's actually very, very straightforward. Champagne, for those of you who don't know, is a fascinating process. The way that it's made, it is fermented in each and every bottle individually, except at least when it's made properly, it is. So when you buy a bottle of Prosecco,
looking at you, Russians,
right? No, Italians with their fucking Prosecco.
Italians too.
Yeah, fuck off with the Prosecco and buy the Cava. What's the difference, you might ask? Well, I'll tell you. The way the Prosecco is made is identical to the same way that 7-Up and Sprite are made. All jokes aside, they take a sugary, grape-based eau de vie. I know French, Sam. And they water it down and then inject large amounts of carbon dioxide into it in the same way that they carbonate it. You know, SodaStream? Yeah, that's how they do it. They just...
And then get this, there are bars and supermarkets that will charge people 150 smacks a fucking bottle for that shite.
Yeah, absolutely. All jokes aside. So they, like I said, it is alcoholic 7-Up is the best way to describe it.
Oh God, it's Lambrini with bubbles.
They force carbonate it the same way a SodaStream works. So the same way that Sprite is made, except it just happens to be alcoholic Sprite that's grape-based instead of being sugar water-based, whatever way you want to look at it. Whereas champagne is made, Sam can say it better than I can with the accent, method traditional or method champenois. Just the method of champagne or the traditional method, right? Where they take a bottle of your grape juice, basically is all that it is, and then they add a small amount of yeast into it, which eats the sugar and produces alcohol, and a small amount of CO2. Then they go through a second fermentation where they add a different type of yeast that ferments it and naturally carbonates the wine. After you've done this, all those two different additions of yeast have left no sugar in there because the yeast have eaten all the sugar to produce the alcohol and the carbonation. So it's extremely dry. One end of the spectrum is sweet, the other end is dry. And that's what people mean when they say, "Oh, how dry is it?" It means how unsweet is it? It's if you at that point in the process, they add a dose or dosage in French of sweet wine to it. If you add a strong dosage of wine, it's sec or sweet. If you add only a lesser dosage than that, a dosage than that, it's demi-sec or semi-sweet. If you add just a small amount of a dosage of sugar, it's brut or strong, meaning quite dry. If you add no dosage whatsoever, it's zero dosage. And it's so dry, it's teeth-pullingly delicious. It's oof. Yeah. No sugar.
It's kind of interesting the way the whole sec demi-sec kind of goes when it comes to champagne, because the word sec itself literally means dry. So it's very strange.
Yeah.
But yeah.
And so if you're ever wondering what champagne to get for a lady, the answer is sec or demi-sec, because ladies tend to like sweeter wines. I don't know why. It's just generally speaking across the board, it's true.
Yeah, if she's more a fan of beer, definitely err on the side of demi-sec. She will almost certainly appreciate it more.
So the what champagne would you recommend to go with the McFish? Well, no, that's a good question. Let's see.
Champagne to go with the McFish?
Yeah. McDonald's McFish?
You want one that's got citrus elements to it somewhere down the line, right?
Go with a cava. So just go with Frexonet. It's like $10 a bottle. There, one.
Yeah.
That's it.
Black label.
Yeah. It's available at every corner liquor store. Often in a cooler, already cold. You know.
This is the thing. This will get me shot by my countrymen. It will, but there's nothing wrong with cava. There's nothing wrong with it at all.
It is actually, all jokes aside, made like champagne is. It's fermented in bottle, method traditional, which is fucking fantastic. And why cava? Because it used to be made in caves. That's all it means is cave in Spanish. So that's cava. The dollar store, damn right. But I mean, what's the big difference between the two? Oh, you'll taste the difference. Believe me. Right? The difference between something that's naturally fermented versus like force fermented. Imagine if your beer was. Think about, everyone's done that. Left a fucking can of beer or a bottle of beer open on their counter or whatever for the night after the party. You pour it down the sink. What happens? It still fizzes, doesn't it? Right? That's because it's naturally fermented to have natural carbonation to it. And all of the bubbles are these tiny little pinpoint bubbles. Whereas if you look at like a glass of Sprite or a glass of 7-Up or ginger ale or whatever, the bubbles are huge.
Large bubbles.
Yeah, because they've forced carbonated it like a soda stream just by injecting CO2 into the mix until it becomes saturated with carbon dioxide.
You know what always sort of a question I've always had, and I've never really put much thought into it beyond the original the initial imagining of it. Is there spring water, natural spring water that is naturally carbonated?
You know,
those same sort of fine bubbles.
Yes. Which I find difficult to put my finger on, way disconcerting. I don't like the idea of something that's naturally carbonated coming out of the earth. It seems weird.
Well, they're volcanic, presumably.
That doesn't help me at all, Sam. At all.
But volcanoes are shockingly pure phenomena.
I'm not saying they're not part of nature, volcanoes, Sam. What I'm saying is that lava producing something that's like kava in... besides the interesting rhyme that happened there, is why would a volcano produce naturally carbonated spring water?
Don't know. It just sounds metal, and I want some. You drink spring water from a marshy swampland from somewhere in Ireland. I drink volcano juice. We are not the same.
It just sounds metal and I want some. Well, you know what? That's pretty tough to argue with, Sam. You won this debate, sir. I'll be back for the next round. I mean, seriously, that's pretty fucking tough to argue with. It just sounds metal. Like, well, yeah, it does.
Could you imagine though? Like you take like some really decently like fine cordial mix, right? And you just a drop or so in the bottom of a glass, and then you top it up with volcano juice,
right?
Naturally carbonated spring water. Because you get the very very fine bubbles, presumably the very very fine bubbles, similar to what you get in cava or champagne.
Right.
Texture of the drink is going to be wonderful. It'd be whatever the hell flavor you want.
So this do you want to know how insane that whole thing seems to me? It actually came up as a part of, there it is, American Psycho, as a discussion between the psychotic murdering killer and his ridiculous New York yuppie friends. So I thought I would just pull up that section because Bret Easton Ellis, brilliant writer that he is, decided to do the research on this stuff because he and his friends that he was hanging around with in like 87, 88, when he was first writing out American Psycho, they would argue over this. Like, why Evian is the best. Why? Justify that. And they would go through these long arguments and explanations while Bret Easton Ellis, high as hell on coke, would sit there and listen to them going, my God, what are you guys talking about? It's...
Fucking Evian.
Yeah.
Spell it backwards, you fucks.
It's an old joke, but still funny. It's
Ah, right.
let's see. With distilled water or purified water, McDermott is saying, most of the minerals have been removed. The water has been boiled down and steam condensed into purified water, whereas distilled water has a flat taste and is usually not for drinking. I find myself yawning. And mineral water? Courtney asks. It's not defined by the... McDermott and I start simultaneously. Go ahead, I say, yawning again. Courtney is to yawn also. No. You go ahead, he says apologetically. It's not defined by the FDA, I tell her. It has no chemicals or salts or sugars or caffeine. And sparkling water gets its fizz from carbon dioxide, right? She asks. Yes, both McDermott and I nod, staring straight ahead. I knew that, she says hesitantly, and by the tone of her voice, I can sense, without looking over, that she probably smiles when she says this. But only by naturally sparkling water, I caution, because that means the carbon dioxide content is in the water at the source. Club soda and seltzer, for example, are artificially carbonated, McDermott explains. White Rock Seltzer is an exception, I mention, nonplussed by McDermott's ridiculous, incessant one-upsmanship. Remlosa's sparkling mineral water is also very good. It just goes on and on and on. What is the difference? I don't know. I mean, I guess the explanations are there, but like it. Why don't you just hunk water? Isn't that the best fluid replacer since it enters the bloodstream faster than any other liquid? I mean, they just go on. And so what does he do when he gets in the bar? He has a J&B on the rocks. Like, if you were to list off the shittiest blended scotches commonly available in America, J&B would be at or near the top of that list. J&B, this guy spends his whole fucking day trying to fucking source out, like, the character, Patrick Bateman, trying to source out the best mineral water, only the purest organic vitamins for him to take, and goes to the gym twice a fucking day. And then as soon as he's at the bar, what does he do? He drinks shitty blended scotch after shitty blended scotch and goes down to the bathroom and snorts blow that's mostly fucking baby laxative. And people don't understand why this is a black comedy novel and not actually supposed to be a slasher thriller.
Well, there's a greater abundance of teenage girls that love slashers than there are, people with halfway refined reading capacity.
You know what? That's the second time today I was meant to feel like an uppity asshole by the person I was streaming with. What is it? What's going on?
What?
I wasn't trying to brag on the fact I've read this book. It's not like it's high literature, man. I wasn't quoting the Canterbury Tales here.
I wasn't trying to put feathers in your cap. I'm just saying.
So drunk, I cannot get up.
Evolved Potato just hit the perfect donation there. Because that's a quote from my favorite Bret Easton Ellis novel. I am drunk, so drunk, I cannot get up. The Rules of Attraction. Evolved Potato, thank you for the $2. There are only 4 things people should drink. Water, milk, juice, and any alcohol that can be used as a rubbing alcohol substitute in a pinch. The only acceptable things to drink. Sir.
To Louisiana, I guess.
Where was the coffee in there?
Juice. It's berry juice.
Well, yeah, I guess. Water, milk, juice. If you consider coffee bean juice, then yeah, all right. But, I mean,
I'm lawyering this shit.
I would gladly give up milk for coffee. I mean, okay, Sam, here it is. Water, milk, juice, coffee. You got to give up one for the rest of your life. What's it going to be?
To milk, juice, or coffee.
Mm-hmm. And no playing word games where, technically it's bean juice. Like, no, you can't do that.
Yeah, I think I'd have to give up milk. I think I'd have to give up milk. Wait. In giving up milk, do I also have to give up cheese?
You have to give up all things that it can. So cakes, cheese, all the dairy.
So I can't give up water for obvious reasons.
So drunk, I cannot get up.
Fuck, that voice actress did a good job playing Lauren. I pulled it right off of the audiobook. It's just... I am drunk. So drunk. I cannot get up. The reason why she's trying to get up is she's over in her friend's dorm room and they're talking about killing one of their teachers and calling it art. And she is so sickened by this amount of, I don't know what to call it, collegeism, if you know what I mean. Like, I got to get away from these art students. But when she tries to go stand up, she realizes she's too drunk to get up. And made a really bad decision drinking in his friend's room. Let's kill our teacher and call it art. Poor dumb Harry Kim. Thank you for the $2. J&B Scotch was good enough for the crew at Outpost 31 to battle shape-shifting, changing aliens. It's good enough for you. What? Where were they drinking J&B at Outpost 31? Were they? Huh.
I've never had J&B, but it sounds cheap.
Oh, man. Think famous grouse, but less smoky.
Oh. That's like the one thing Famous Grouse has got going for it.
I know. Is that little bit of Isla that they've mixed in, right? Yeah. But, yeah. Americans don't like the smoke.
What? They drink bourbon?
Yeah, but I mean peat smoke, like that comes in Scotch. You know, you also have Americans to thank for chill filtering, by the way.
Enough, but don't let it get to your heads.
But, wow. do you know why chill filtering was actually developed? So when you pour it on the rocks, it doesn't turn cloudy.
For God's sakes, really?
Yeah, no, I'm not even kidding. Lower the temperature of it down and then run it through a very fine filter. And it filters out all the esters that clump together in the liquor. When it gets to a colder temperature, the esters tend to clump together and then thus can be filtered out. And that's exactly what's causing the liquor, the Scotch, to get foggy when you pour it over ice. Is it gets cold. So
here's an idea. Drink it on the rocks, you bunch of children.
Well, I hear you. I don't personally drink bourbon nor Scotch on the rocks, but they did back in the day, and that's why people developed chill filtering to begin with. And so what does it matter, chat, you might ask? That's flavor. You're filtering out flavor. Esters taste like things.
Yeah, but they're drinking it on the rocks, Polly. They're not drinking it for flavor.
Yeah. Oh, damn it. We're losing the nurse. Well, okay. You have a good night. If anyone goes down at this thing, we're just going to have to throw you out in the street. So, you know. There you go.
Yeah. Knives away, people. It's fine. It was fine while we had, medical assistance on hand, but responsibility now.
Yeah.
Now, who wants to stand against the dartboard with an apple on their head?
Right? So, I've given up the obvious sugar for Lent. It's not going well, Sam. I mean, it is in the sense that I'm definitely sensing the privation. It's not going well. Do I have an energy drink in front of me right now? Yes. It's a zero sugar energy drink, and I can taste every bit of chemical artificial sweetener in it.
Good. You've made your bed. This is what you get for your artificial alternatives. Just throw them all out.
Wow.
Coffee like God intended.
Nurse Khaleesi feeling the love. Well, you did what can I say? It'll be like the sun is setting as the sunshine leaves the room. Nay,
no
the very sound
sunshine
of laughter
when she's
will
gone.
leave. Yeah, exactly. So, whereas Sam has given up all dairy or just cheese, I forget. Which one is it?
I'd given up dairy in general, and it wasn't so much for the religious element of it. It was to see if I'd developed a lactose intolerance over time, and it turns out I haven't. So must have just been a bad day for me when I had a piece of brie that made me feel extremely nauseous.
Hold on. I was reading chat when you said that. You had a piece of brie the other day, or this was before you got on the wagon or off the wagon, whichever direction it goes with cheese? Dairy.
It was a couple of days before Lent. I had a piece of brie and it didn't taste wrong by any stretch of the imagination. And about around an hour after the fact, I started feeling really, really sick and gassy and lightheaded, which is typically a sign of lactose intolerance. So I thought, you know what?
Okay.
What's coming up? No time like the present. Let's go dairy free for a while and see what happens. See if it is that. And thankfully, I haven't had any difference in experience of life because I eat cheese relatively regularly. Otherwise,
you're
and
French.
I figured if right. So I figured if I stop eating cheese, stop drinking milk, stop having butter and so on and so forth, and I start feeling markedly better throughout the day to day, I may well have a lactose intolerance that I was unaware of. But no change. So I'm going to have some cheese on the not too distant and see what happens.
Jesus. I think people would enjoy my fucking religious Lent story better, man.
What?
Well,
You asked the
you're
question,
telling
answer
well, yeah,
it.
okay, I guess I did, but I didn't think that was coming. Had I known, I haven't heard about your loose sphincter earlier, and now the lactose intolerance. I mean, what the hell's going on?
I've said it before. I shall say it again. You ask me a question, I will give you an answer. It might not be an answer you like, but it will be the answer.
Yeah, no, it's touche. So I was just looking up. So brie, right? This is triple cream brie. Have you ever had triple cream brie, Sam?
Yeah, most all the time.
Really?
It's as muck.
Have you ever had dreams about your own arteries attacking you?
No, I can't say that I have. Largely because I'm too comatose from the triple cream brie.
For those of you who don't know, triple cream brie is, as you see it there, once it starts to approach room temperature, it begins to ooze. It is, like Sam, back me up on this. It's softer than butter. It just.
Absolutely.
It is mostly milk fat, and when I say mostly, like up there, like you'll see it right on the outside of the container. It'll say like a certain percentage number and then MF, as in like percentage of it that's milk fat. Cheddar is down around what, 20-25% milk fat at the most.
Something like that. Yeah, cheddar and other hard cheeses of that variety are predominantly casein, right?
Yeah, and rightly so, and that's why they got that wonderful crumbly, sharp flavor to them. It's just fantastical. Now, triple cream brie, on the other hand, is well over 70% milk fat. What you have here is not so much cheese as cheesy lard.
I don't know if that's a fair description, honestly.
I think it's bloody fair.
Because lard has got a certain texture which is not especially pleasant. Full cream brie has no such drawbacks.
Well, like I said, cheesy. It's not just lard, it's cheesy lard, man. And look at this. They even make it in Australia.
No, they don't.
No, it says right there.
Brie, if it's in Australia.
It says right there. Made in Australia.
It's not brie then.
It says right there. Brie.
No, it's not. It's not. Polly. You can go to London tomorrow and you can see buses with Snickers written on the side. Guess what's not inside those buses?
Snickers?
Right!
So what you're saying is that the criminal Australians have stolen the name from the French and have absconded with the title of this... fermented butter. See, BG's got it. Understands.
To all intents and purposes, yeah. Exactly, yeah. The Australians are known for being criminals, and they've done it again.
My God. Movie Bob's Cholesterol, thank you for the $3. Someone mentioned cheesy lard? Yeah, he came running, man.
No, he didn't.
He came a jogging with the things a flopping. That's...
Sounds more disgusting than cheesy lard.
Oh. My tea went cold. Cynic. Fucking hell. I don't know if you're actually complaining about your tea or quoting Dido. I don't know what you're doing over there. Hey Sam, you want
the singer, not the philosopher.
You want to go? You want to go over some news or something like that?
Well, yeah, let me just hit this comment in chat.
Sure.
Vol Potato says, "Why do the French have things that can only be that thing if it's made in a specific place in France?" Well, see, answer to that is, made it. It's ours. Fuck you.
Well, I mean, a Vol Potato, just to be, I don't know, contrarian, I guess. Everyone does. Like, you can't make bourbon outside of America. Not use the name bourbon. Well, you can, but someone's gonna, someone come after you. I wonder who it would be if you tried making bourbon in, I don't know.
The Bourbonites.
Yeah. Let's say the French got uppity about it and said, hey, it's named after a French family, the Bourbon. So let's, fuck it. Let's make some French bourbon. Who would come after them? Like, it's a protected product, right? And Italy has a million different protected wine regions. You know that, right? Like, it's same with Spain. So
it's one of those things, right? In so much as when it comes to like family names and place names and all that kind of thing, if somebody else sets up making the same sort of product as you and calls it the thing, I mean, Brie, for example, it's kind of like, how can I describe it? It would be like me inventing shoes and then calling them Nikes. There's always the allusion there that I am producing the same product when there is no guarantee that it's going to be the same way. I'm banking on that name,
right,
selling the sell the product, and it's like it's intellectual property rights to all intents and purposes. Yeah,
right. Oh, absolutely.
To give the sober answer.
Well, it is, but again, the question becomes: let's say that somebody tried to make bourbon outside the United States. Who's coming after you? The U.S. State Department? Like, if I tried to make I don't know. I tried making an apple brandy where I live at, and I called it what's the region? Calvados, and I called it Calvados. Who's coming after me from France? Like, surely some pencil mustached bureaucrat, but like, do you guys got like protectorate wine region police?
Yeah, we do. I don't remember the particular name of them. I mean, to try and trade within Europe. I mean, our customs agents are normally tasked with that sort of thing, going to the EU and all that kind of crap. One of the ways that a lot of people actually go around, they sort of quote unquote get around it, and I don't disagree with the practice, is sort of bourbon style liquor, something like that, which is perfectly fine. Here we are. This is not bourbon made by people blah 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 that actually own the intellectual property, but we like it so much we've decided to make a product styled after it. We think it's all right. Give it a go.
Yeah. Well,
the way to do it.
One of the things that kills me is that you have I kind of this really unfortunate debate with a couple of people on. It wasn't even a debate. It was just a disagreement. Where it's like you can only make bourbon in Bourbon County, Kentucky, and it's like, no, that's not true. You can make bourbon anywhere in the United States. Like, that's not true. That's why it's called bourbon. That's why it's called Bourbon County. No, that's you asshole. You can only if it says that it's made in such and such a place in Kentucky, then yeah, of course it has to be from there. But that's it. I mean, look up the law. You're the one who's claiming that. You know what I mean? Like, look up the thing that makes it a distinctive American product, as the Act of Congress says. If it's called Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, then yeah, it has to be made in Kentucky because it says right there, Kentucky. Straight means what? Minimum, I believe, 3 years aging. And if it's just bourbon, then minimum of 2 years aging. The story goes on, but when you look at this, like, there's Bourbon County, as small as it is today. That's it. Little red mark right there. Lee County, excuse me, and then Bourbon County right beside it. Let's look at the larger one there's old Bourbon County. And then, like, right down in the middle there is where it exists today. This is like the region where all of the distilleries are today, where it's like, what, like 80% of them, so a fuck ton of bourbon distilleries are, fall into that area today. Most bourbon distilleries are not in Bourbon County anymore because Bourbon County used to be fucking massive. That's where the name comes from.
Well, Potato in chat says, but Nikes is owned by a specific company, whereas champagne and bourbon aren't owned by specific companies. No, it's not owned by specific companies when it comes to stuff like brie and such. It's particular regions, right? So it's people that live in particular regions that have refined and the other thing to bear in mind as well is like methodologies for creating cheeses and wines and other such things. They were jealously guarded for hundreds and hundreds of years. So the people that got access to those recipes and such probably had to trade for them or swap for them in some way to get access to those if they didn't inherit them through their families. So yeah, to sort of come along and start saying, oh yeah, we make I don't know, pick a cheese, brie, is to sort of turn around and say, fuck all that trading your families did hundreds of years ago. We're just going to do this thing now.
Right.
Yeah. That's largely where it comes from.
and I don't. So the Scotch Whiskey Act keeps getting like I can't resist it just Feline actually me. Okay, well, this is what it feels like, Feline, and it's not fun. No, that's not true that it has to be 12 years old. It's just the youngest.
I am drunk, so drunk, I cannot get up.
The youngest whiskey mixed in it has to be what its age statement is. So if you use an 8-year-old in it, then it makes it an 8-year-old, even if you put just one drop of 8-year-old in it. It doesn't have to be 12 years old. It has to be a minimum of 2, I believe. There's the things that make it Scotch whiskey what it is, by the 09 Act, which is just repeating in its entirety, the 88 Act, which is almost repeating in its entirety, the 1982 Scotch Whiskey Act. Mostly just means it needs to be distilled, bottled, and aged in Scotland. That's it. And primarily barley, etc. It comprises a minimum alcoholic strength of 40%. Can't water it down beneath that. Contains no added substances other than water and plain and caramel coloring, which is something you can't add to bourbon, by the way. So yeah, when it looks all like super dark like that, yeah, they faked it a lot of the time. It should really only be a pale yellow. You can't distill it to above 94.8 because you can distill it. Like, it's possible to get a distillate to go higher than that, but you're boiling away all the remaining flavor in doing so. It's only being used by yeast, and it's primarily made from mash. And there you go. And that's what makes it. You can age it in anything. You can age it in teak. You can age it in fully matured at a warehouse in oak casks. But you can age it in anything after that, where bourbon cannot be. How can I say it? You can't finish it in anything else. Where Scotch whiskey, you can finish it in port. You can finish it in sherry casks. You can finish it in anything. You've ever had Woodford Reserve? That's what makes Woodford Reserve taste like it does, is that it's only aged in white American oak casks and then finished with rye. Whereas Maker's Mark is a wheat finished bourbon. Those are the only differences. That's why all bourbons taste fairly similar to each other. We get this wildly different flavor with Scotch whiskey because they can do so many things legally. That's not a very tight definition. It doesn't need to be a certain age except for 2 years. It doesn't need to be aged in a certain barrel and not finished in another, where bourbon cannot be. It only needs to be aged in that one fresh white American oak barrel. Highly restricted. Blarg. I agree, Mike Savage. Blarg. Janeway scalding hot coffee. Or scolding hot coffee. Let's go with scolding. Janeway's a bitch. She's constantly scolding people. Let's go scold. Janeway scolding hot coffee. Thank you for the $2. Duh. You can only make wine in Paris. Okay. I'm going down south to Texas, Paris, to make wine. Is there a Paris in Texas?
Probably. Probably.
Is that where you're moving to, Sam?
Oh, no. But no.
Houston?
I'm not stuck on a particular area just yet. Won't be Austin. I'm telling you that much.
Yeah.
I own guns, damn it.
That's the problem that I have with it. They're saying that the distillery in Scotland, or what they classify as Scotch,
Let's see.
they may have. I don't mean they may have lied. I mean, perfectly possible that they would say that nothing leaves our distillery unless it's 12 years old. Perfectly reasonable.
Potato says that's not who owns it though. What was the legal basis on people in the specific region can call it that? Yeah, it's not specific people that own it. EP. It's a case of it's regionally protected. Regionally protected. But kind of boils down to the notion of the wines produced in a given region or the cheese produced in a given region has a certain reputation to it. It's protectionism at the end of the day. It's absolutely protectionism. It's very, very, very reflective of our communalism that we have here in France. But
there's a Game of Thrones.
It's one
House Lannister. How do you say that?
Lannister. Yeah.
The Game of Thrones liquor. Well, that's a stupid question. I already know the answer. Because it'll sell.
Yeah. Shadowclaw says, I mean, silk made in Europe is still silk, although it started in China. Yeah, that's because nobody cares about the Chinese people's feelings.
Yeah, Valina, actually, I believe that they told you that. I'm not sure what the context of it was, but I mean, there's certainly 8-year-olds that are available everywhere. 8-year-old.
Whiskeys, YouTube, whiskeys. We're talking about whiskeys.
Yeah, Isle of Skye, 8-year-old. White Heather, 8-year-old.
I wonder how good that bottle would be for glassing someone.
Well, according to the data recently submitted to us by Gamer Valine, probably pretty effective, but not as effective as the Jägermeister bottle, which was subjected to dropping from a height. I mean, I have legitimately never heard of somebody actually testing the strength of a liquor bottle before. That was that's one of the few times I've been actually happy to be actually by Valine. I can't believe she actually submitted a citation over it. That's impressive. She's reaching new levels of smartassery. Coming out with fucking facts and shit. So what do you want to do, Sam? You want to go over some news stories? Do you want to look at a list or two? Or do you want to explore a house?
Let's have some news. Let's have a bit of news.
All right. Let's see. I'm gonna have to estimate the screen size here. Oh wait, no. Weird things are happening. San Diego Zoo announces the birth of critically endangered horse cloned using 42-year-old Przewalski. Let's go with that.
Just Przewalski. Pronounce the Z.
Damn it, Sam. Patio Furniture's like, news. Hey, Patty. Yeah, okay, so they got this. You know why this story concerns me? Jurassic Park. 42-year-old DNA. You want fucking T-Rexes? Is how you get T-Rexes. And don't say you want T-Rexes. You might think you do, but you don't. Look at these things. What did you want that for?
What? That's an endangered species. Did you not listen to Greta Thunberg?
Nature selected it for extinction for a reason.
By nature, you mean us. Sure.
The Przewalski horse foal. What the fuck? F-O-A-L? What does that mean, Sam? What does that mean?
Oh, it's just a baby horse.
All right. Where's this from? Oh, this is Australian news. No wonder.
What do you call a baby horse?
A baby horse.
God, what do they teach you in those schools?
I'm sorry, I didn't go to ag... It's times like this that I wished I used a webcam. So you can see the look of like...
All right, what's a baby cow called?
Veal.
Is the correct answer. Oh, shit.
The Przewalski horse foal, part of a breeding program intended to increase the species' genetic diversity, was the first born at San Diego Zoo Safari Park since 2014. She is the clone of a stallion, which was created from DNA that was frozen 43 years ago. This is awful. Wildlife care director Christy Burtis, the mad scientist in charge, said the birth was a tremendous moment for our monstrous use of science, given the Przewalski horse was considered extinct in the wild since 1994, as God had intended. The horse, also known as the Mongolian wild horse. Yeah, why don't we just call it that then? That looks like that. Yeah. And like the Mongolians are extinct, so should their horses be. Those are
I like the.
those are Mongolians.
I like the other name for it.
Przewalskis?
The Taki.
Oh. Pataki. Yeah, okay. I'm like, Pataki, the former governor of New York, is shorter than domestic horses. No. And often has distinctive markings. We have more than 157 Przewalski horses born at the zoo and the safari park. We've been cloning like lunatics. Look at this thing. It's got camel face. Well, that was a great long video. Thanks, guys.
You consider where they're from.
Uh-huh.
The Mongolian steppe, as it were.
Are you gonna eat it or just lip it?
They look a little bit like zebras to me, like a cross between a zebra and a horse.
Sam,
Sort of shortest. Yes.
you can't have it both ways. Listen, I'm a libertarian at heart, okay? But you can't say Z and then say zebra. Okay, you got
I
it.
did it for your benefit, all right.
I heard.
You struggled with foal, Polly. I'm throwing you a line.
You got method traditional and eau de vie earlier, okay? You're the one who's coming out tops on this one. Don't act like you're giving me charity.
And look, I mean, it's method, but you know,
I'll
take what I can get.
They're an important wild horse species. No, Mongolians are extinct of all potato. Along with each individual that was born at our parks, bolsters their fragile population and represents our deep commitment to conserving them for future generations. So they also can have Przewalski burgers. I mean, you can see its ribs. Imagine how full of meat they are.
Sound actually quite good. Ribs. Beef ribs, but bigger.
According to this group here, the Swazgedwa, almost all surviving Przewalskis are related to 12 animals born in native habitats. Oh. Several herds in China and Mongolia have been established to try and maintain genetic variation. Scientists, so you don't want too much ancestry. I get that. Kurt is significant to his species because he offers the hope of bringing back lost genetic diversity.
I am drunk, so drunk, I cannot get up.
I'm getting there. Neelix's Cooking donated $2. All this talking about small animals makes me think of Lizzo's lunch, a Shetland pony smothered in cheese.
Well played.
Holy shit. You know, actually, that reminds me of something I moved on to quickly. Chakotay's Indian Casinos donated $3 earlier and said, so you're stranded far from home, let's say 70,000 light years. Like, you know, not unlike the Starship Voyager. And the local garbage man, not unlike a certain character named Neelix, who you befriended, just turned your dining room into a galley. You know the mess hall on Voyager, if you ever watched Star Trek Voyager? In like episode number 3 of Voyager, whatever, like where Neelix does all his cooking, right? And where they all gather, you know, the tables are. Captain Janeway goes to her personal mess, the captain's mess, and opens the door, and all this cooking smoke comes out and hits her in the face. And Neelix is in there cooking away. And she goes, you know, what the hell are you doing? And he's like, oh, well, I just came in here and I thought I'd make use of myself, like make myself useful and just by cooking. She goes, well, if you had looked on the ship's registry, you'd see that this given cabin is designated as the captain's mess. Think of the size of that fucking room for a second. That's the captain's fucking mess. That they turned into the mess hall for the entire ship.
It's quite large.
So it raises the question for me, not so much why was the captain's mess so big, but where's the crew's mess? Why have we never seen it? And how fucking big must that place be? Yeah.
They're only going to have the one. The question that comes to my mind. These ain't small ships, right? What's Voyager? What's the crew size of Voyager?
152 when they were stranded.
Right.
Plus Paris. Not Texas. The guy.
Fuck's sakes.
Well, he wasn't part of the regular crew complement. He was on leave from... actually, he was in a New Zealand prison.
What for? Stealing the brie recipe?
No, actually, high treason against the Federation. He had joined the Maquis.
Oh, that's right, yeah. I remember now, yeah. I remember.
See? The Maquis. The French just can't let go of their little fantasy of resisting the Germans. The Maquis were a resistance group during World War II.
Mm-hmm. Worked, didn't it?
See, Sam, look, even me, okay? I'm your friend, okay? And when you're saying you're moving to the States, and I'm saying most people are going to mistake you as British, lean into it. Just, you know, after you've told the State Department where you're from, don't tell anyone else, right? Okay, look, I'm busting your balls. Like, I'm just saying.
Uh-huh.
I'm not saying it's rational. I'm just saying it is.
Anybody that's got any problems can come down with me to the shooting range and watch me hit paper.
Yeah, BG's right. New Zealand.
If they've still got questions, they can come visit my complaints department.
A man who knows how to cook and speaks with a British accent, man, you'll be beating him off with a stick. I don't think you'll have problems. How an upside-down wheelie bins became crucial in the fight to rid Christmas Island of cats.
Is an excellent title.
See, I don't like that Farr sent me this story. One, I feel that there was some spite involved. She knows, you know, how much I love the people of Flying Fish Cove and Christmas Island in general. And she, being from Western Australia, you know, they own it. It's theirs. But they, and particularly her, refuse to claim Christmas Island because it's so, quote, far away. Keeping in mind that Sydney, Australia, is further away.
And it's not like they can even turn around and say, "Oh, but there's water between." And I'm like, do you know what there is between Perth and Sydney? It's desert. It's just nothing but desert.
Yep. Well, I mean, I'm sure you could boat around if you were looking to die or something. I mean, those are rough waters. You know,
Claim it, people.
Yeah. I really got to start doing like AP and put a disclaimer up before the show. You guys aren't coming here for facts, right? You know, that like nothing, like think of the show as like a Bret Easton Ellis novel. Unreliable narration throughout. Okay. Heavy drinking, no facts. But honestly, that is factual that Western Australia is Christmas Island is a protectorate of Western Australia, and they refuse to claim it or do anything with it. You know what I would do with it? The same thing they were planning on doing with Sealand. Turn it into a giant server farm, and from there, run all of your fucking crypto scams.
Right.
Do you think the Cayman Islands have a lot of natural resources to tap? Why would...
No, I don't imagine they do.
No, you would be right to imagine so. They ain't got shit. They got a few tropical plants, maybe some, native flowers that aren't available anywhere else, and a smattering, nay, a scintilla of tourism. Other than that, what do they have? Banks that know how to keep their fucking mouths shut and extremely loose regulations.
Like Iceland before everything got political.
Yeah, but so I say, turn Christmas Island into the Cayman Islands of the Southern Hemisphere.
It'll be the gift that keeps on giving.
And because do you know what it's extremely close to? China. And nobody loves money laundering like the Chinese, except maybe the North Koreans. And the Ukrainians.
I was about to say, the Yukis are giving them a good run for their money as of late.
That's a true story that nobody ever tells about Sealand. That they really tried to set it up as a server farm. To run free speech internet that you couldn't blah blah blah, to actually go to war with fucking Amazon Web Services that was in its, not its infancy, but developing stages at that point. Now it completely runs the fucking market. Amazon Web Services could like shut down the U.S. government
absolutely.
if they wanted to.
God, yeah. They hand out hosting space and hand out server time, like clock time on processors and all that kind of thing. They give it away for free because it's cheaper to give it away for nothing than it is to shut them down and start them up on demand.
That's interesting.
Ridiculous is that?
Yeah.
Actually, Google does the same thing.
I'm just reading up in chat there. The captain's mess should be bigger as it has potential dignitaries. Okay, it's just fair nerd point. You want to do the dignitary thing, but I mean, it's not
fair enough.
It's not exactly a Galaxy class vessel, right? Like with diplomatic missions in mind, that kind of thing. I mean, it's a fair nerd argument. It is, but again,
Class ship is Voyager again.
Excuse me.
Class ship is the Voyager again?
Intrepid class.
Rapid.
I don't know what its primary mission is. You know what I mean? Like different classes have different priority missions. Like, is it a frigate? Is it a hauler? Right. Is it a, you know what I mean?
Cruiser, so on and so forth.
Yeah, that kind of jazz. Like the Galaxy class ships are, I believe, heavy cruisers. But they end up just being like flagships. There's only one flagship, but you know what I mean, like premier vessels.
Yeah, I mean when you're not building a war navy, a heavy cruiser is as close as damned it to a flagship for non explicitly military purposes, right?
Yeah, I get that. It's got the Enterprise D, for example, the Galaxy class has a crew complement just over 1,000. But enough space for 4 times that many people. Yeah, it's meant for huge missions, whether it's like colonization or massive diplomatic envoy missions or whatever the fuck. I don't know what the hell Voyager was meant for. They even reference it because, it's got that real like garden spade type shape that it's particularly good at navigating plasma fields like the Badlands, where they were going to look for Chakotay and company in the first episode. And it's like, so you designed it to hunt, to go through plasma fields? No, I don't think so. It just happened to be good at it. So what the fuck is it for? That's something I've never been clear on. And why do the nacelles move up and down? I've never gotten that. Why do they need to?
I mean, it's show gimmick, right?
Well,
At the end of the day.
you're never
I'm on
allowed
Memory
to
Alpha
say
here.
that, Sam. You can't. It doesn't work like that.
I got a little curious, so I went to I'm hitting up Memory Alpha right now, and it's saying apparently the Intrepid class was designed for long-term exploration missions. Less than half the size of a Galaxy class.
Hmm. Okay, so where my heart's at will always be the old NCC 1701. Not A, B, C, D, or any of the other fucking letters of the alphabet. Just the original. Because it's Kirk's ship. It's awesome. And yeah, there were 12 like it in the fleet Constitution class, but there was only one Enterprise, god damn it. That's the number one ship. But after that, the Defiant. The Defiant class vessels in general. Because the Defiant itself got blown up. And then the Sao Paulo became the Defiant. And they got special dispensation to rename it. That's my favorite ship. Me and Omegon. That's one of the reasons I love watching Omegon's videos. He was in his shtick. He's on a fucking Defiant class vessel. Love it. But for some reason, the water, which I've never quite gotten. Like, I get he's a...
Remember what the Defiant looked like.
Like a disc.
Right, with what would you call those?
Nacelles.
Duels?
Like, with what?
Dual nacelles.
Yeah, they're like implanted right into the ship. Yeah.
Weaponized.
Damn right. Serpa 21, thank you for the $3. The Intrepid class is a light cruiser starship designed for science and patrol, akin to the Reliant from Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan. The Enterprise D is a heavy starship for deep space exploration. Yet they spend most of their time just tooling around. You know what was the stupidest vessel of them all? Just as a quick little aside. Beverly Crusher's ship in a non-existent timeline, the USS Pasteur. It's the stupidest looking fucking ship. Look at that fucking thing.
Let's have a look. That is, yes.
Like, I get it's a medical vessel. Okay, fine. It doesn't mean it doesn't look
Named after Louis Pasteur, then yeah, that kind of makes sense.
Yeah, oh yeah. It was, they were clever on that one. Yeah, they really put thought to it, huh? I mean, come on.
I just love the fact that presumably the detachable part, the quote unquote saucer, is a Death Star.
just in case medicine fails, we'll resort to death. Right?
Remember, they're not contagious if they're dead.
There's a Pasteur that's a Nebula class?
Huh.
I like the Nebula class. It was really compact. Huh. The USS Disco Ball. Exactly. Parties in space, yo.
Thing that's always sort of struck me about Star Trek, it's not really a criticism as such, but it strikes me as why would you not make ships a little more, how can I put it, the changeable parts, as it were. Obviously, size is a thing, but like the warp nacelles and all that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Why can't you have like 4 nacelles, four smaller warp nacelles be fitted onto a larger craft? Why is it always got to be the 2? Well, always the 2, but you know that's that sort of thing.
Why the 2 nacelles and not 1? That whole thing, they have it. Damn, it gets complicated because, like, you know, like Star Trek science, like they're fake science, like how the engines work and how warp fields work and like all that stuff, right? They explain all of that in the engineering manuals, and yes, it's all fictitious. Frame goes, it's not real science. No, of course it's not. Like the Bussard collectors.
But you need some consistency.
Right, you do. I mean, they all have Bussard collectors on the front, and it creates a stable warp field, which lowers the mass of the object by creating a subspace field around it to be able to propel an object at faster than light, because, you know, there's the attempt to work around the science of physics, I should say, to work around physics. Anything approaching the speed of light becomes heavier and heavier, and you know what I mean? So how do you get around that? Like, to move faster than light. It's like, well, it creates a subspace field around it and lowers its mass, and therefore can propel it faster than light. It's like the transporters. It's like they wouldn't function because of the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. Yeah, that's right. That's why every transporter has Heisenberg compensators in them. It's like, what are those? It's to compensate for the uncertainty of the Heisenberg. You can't know a particle's position and vector at the same time. If you measure its vector, you change its position, and vice versa. So that thus uncertainty exists. And so you need compensators. Like, well, how do they work? Very well, thank you.
Yeah, it's MacGuffin.
Yeah,
it's MacGuffin.
So you're not wrong that it's like, why do they always have 2? Because that's part of the science of explaining how they work. Much like that, you need like a positive and negative pole to have a charge. You need that potentiality to get it to work. You need at least 2 nacelles. But then there's a whole host of ships that have 1 nacelle, 3, 4, and it's like, well, what the fuck? Yeah, I don't know.
It's just the
lack of consistency there. You're not wrong to point it out. It's definitely there.
Just from the point of view of, because if you're producing ship after ship after ship after ship after ship over the course of a couple of few hundred years, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That modularity just seems to strike me as like, okay, obviously you're going to need, for very large ships, you are going to want very large systems and all that kind of thing. But for the smaller ships and all that kind of thing, why would you not go, okay, so we're going to make 3 different sizes of saucer and 3 different sizes of, what's the part that the saucer detaches from called again? It's got a name.
The main hull, most of the time.
Yeah. So three sort of main sizes of that, and all you can have. Would you not make it so that a small saucer could still attach to the largest hulls for purposes of, I don't know, reclaiming it from a sector of space where it's become stranded or something like that?
That is hilarious. I have got to Photoshop that. Like a Galaxy class vessel with a 1/3 size disc on it. I'm going to do that just for the lulz. It's going to look so stupid. Yeah, why not? The modularity, you know, the Defiant is basically a disc anyway. I'm going to attach a Defiant class vessel to a fucking Galaxy class vessel as if that's its disc. The saucer section, rather.
Just, it strikes me as like why the hell not? The hell not? Because all the little shuttles that they have are to all intents and purposes clones of each other. You know, there have been, if I remember rightly, there have been times where, you know, they've taken off segments of the transporter shuttles and then bolted them onto other small craft as well. No, I don't know. I'm trying to apply European efficiency to starships.
Yeah, Do you know why the Starship Defiant was also one of the greatest ships? By the way, I'm enjoying reading chat and the things that people are throwing out. Don't think I'm not reading them. I am. Because there was a chocolate version of it available. There it is.
Now this I have to.
The chocolate Defiant. You could actually
Look at
buy
that.
one. Because
brilliant.
It's the only ship that's like doesn't have nacelles sticking off of it and stuff that could easily break. Like it's just one unit, so you could actually make a chocolate mold out of it. And they made them and sold them. And these things, they only made them 1 year for fucking Valentine's or whatever the fuck, right? And so you don't want to know how much these fucking things are going for now, because nerds will pay a premium, man.
One another thing that strikes me immediately about this. I'm going to upset some people now. Are you ready?
Okay.
Looks like they took the Millennium Falcon, put it down one side, and then mirror imaged it.
The Defiant?
Ah,
What are you talking about?
it's the sort of the general shape of it. Look at the top there. Third picture from the top right.
Third picture from the top
If you-
right. It's
Third
chocolate.
picture.
This one?
Go one to the right.
This one?
Two to the right. Sorry.
This one?
You look at the top down view there. It's got a Millennium Falcon vibe to it.
You know what
in
it
my
doesn't
opinion.
have that the Millennium Falcon has? Asymmetry.
Asymmetry?
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, that's where. It's better than the Millennium Falcon in that regard.
Well, this has got two giant nacelles sticking off either side, plus the detachable front section.
Disc launcher section.
Now, if there was a spring-loaded toy that had that, I'd buy it in a hot second.
Oh, right. Look at the fucking.
Look at the what?
At the bottom left there. Chocolate starship there.
With the one with sprinkles. I love that nerds bother doing this. This was I say nerds, but this was the systems display in LCARS format, in a kudogram. That was my desktop background for a while. Yeah, I'm a nerd. Shut up. Now my desktop background is just Neo passed out in front of a computer. That's how I feel most of the time. So I'm just like, yeah, fuck it. This sums it up. This is not entirely dissimilar from the room I'm sitting in right now, ladies and gentlemen, except I don't have a CRT monitor, nor that curved, broken keyboard.
Justin Wilson in chat said the pasteur does look like it belongs more in Red Dwarf. You know what? I agree. I wholeheartedly agree. That's a point, Polly. Have you ever seen a picture of the Red Dwarf?
I don't think so. What would I write in other than Red Dwarf? Ship?
Red Dwarf mining vessel. Jupiter mining vessel.
What? I pay for fiber connection. What the fuck was that? All right, anyway. That thing?
Yeah. Now look at that. That's a spaceship. That's a man spaceship right there.
It's a man ship.
It's very, very simplistic.
Yeah, I'll tell you what is behind them. People started talking about what like their desktops are and whatnot in chat there. And when everyone's, you know what makes me decide on a desktop wallpaper more than anything? Nothing bright. You should see Far's desktop background. Fuck, if you don't already have vertigo like me, it'll give you vertigo. It's this print pattern, and there's this like ooh fucking weeb thing in the middle. Like it just.
Yeah, I can't do violent colors.
I just need something dark. I don't. Yeah, I like that picture because it was like, you know, Neo passed the fuck out in front of a fucking computer, and you know, insomnia. You sleep when you can, and that's it. But
I am drunk, so drunk, I cannot get up.
I've gotten so used to dark mode everything that to go to a website that doesn't have dark mode and get I've got it as an extension, but it breaks some web pages to have dark mode forced on by the extension. So I'll turn it off and like, oh, my poor retinas. It's like engage safety squints before I turn it off, you know? It just...
Zoom out and disenhance.
Fuck you, I drew it and it's not that bright. I'm sorry, Far. Send me the picture, I'll put it on chat and prove it. Or put it on stream and prove it. Okay, hold on. What was I doing?
So, but the actual desktop background I use it's light in terms of color, but oh fuck it, I'll just tell them. There you go. This is one of the ones that's actually built into Ubuntu. Yeah, it's relatively neutral.
Oh, whoa. Really? I mean, I wouldn't describe those as violent colors, don't get me wrong, but like, damn, bro, that's holy shit. Do you think it's high enough, Res Sam?
That's not even the full picture.
This is it, guys. Let's zoom in on every individual stalk of wheat and look at Sam's wallpaper.
Okay. You know what? I'm currently in 1680 by 1050 because I was doing some editing earlier on. Let me go up to full 2K.
Sam has a 4K monitor, everyone. No shit! I mean, holy fuck. That is just nuts, man. And that's not even full res. That's just like halfway.
That's, yeah.
Good lord.
No, I like having tiny icons.
Oh, okay, far center. Boom. Everything.
Talk.
See that pattern?
Talk high res.
What's that?
Well, that is not so bad.
It's bright for me. That's filling my whole fucking monitor, man. That's bright as shit. I live in a dark world, man. This. I thought my monitors aren't used to this. Like I could get a suntan off of this. Like I admit it's not that fucking bright. Like it could be like, you know, a blazing sun or something like that. But you know, it's strong enough. And like, don't get me wrong, I'm one of Far's biggest fans in terms of her art. I think it looks great. But that's not the point. It's just it's so bright. My eyes, yeah, exactly.
I don't have my screen kept at maximum brightness, so that's probably also got a lot to do with it. Because this is an old 27-inch iMac that I've Linux on, and my god, the backlight in this when it's cranked up to full, yeah, you could grow pot plants with it. Yeah, that's the best way I can think of describing it.
This used to be mine for a good while, and that was this is about the brightest desktop background that I've ever had. That one.
Is that the moon?
It is the moon. There's a very, very high-res picture of the moon, including the wildly thin atmosphere that it has, but you can actually see the what would you call that? Layering? Striation?
Stratification?
Stratification. There's the word. I don't even know if striation is a word. I think I just made that up.
Striation is a word, yeah.
Is it?
Yes, I don't remember exactly what it means, but it's definitely a word.
I did a screen capture off of a astronomy documentary that Far and I were watching one time when they were talking about the very, very thin atmosphere and layers that the moon has. And I grabbed that picture and then did a reverse image search and came across a high-res version of it. And I was like, fuck yeah. You're right, it is Luna.
Oh, here we go. one of a number of parallel lines or scratches on the surface of a rock that were inscribed by rock fragments embedded in the base of a glacier as it moved across the rock. That is what a striation is.
Oh. Which is different than what I feel most days. Which would be, close, but not right.
Striated.
No.
Is that it?
Stridency. Stridency was what I was going for.
Oh, Polly. I'm apoplectic myself.
We get the world we deserve, Sam. That's...
It's quoting time, chat. It's quoting time. Did you get that? Did you pick up what we were putting down?
No one did, Sam. Not one. If anyone, you know what? You will be chat champion for like the next fucking month if you can tell us what the fuck we were just quoting. And you don't count far. Not because you're not important, just because you have to listen to me repeat these things a lot. Were we talking about Christmas Island?
We were. Justin Wilson in chat says drunkle screams intensify, right? And way down we go.
Here we are. How upside down wheelie bins became crucial in the fight to rid Christmas Island of cats. Considering how many rats they have, I don't know why they'd want to get rid of the cats. Let's find out. Maybe there's a good reason. Christmas Island, sometimes described as the Galapagos Islands of the Indian Ocean for its biodiversity, could be free of feral cats by 2025. Readers are advised this story contains graphic content that some readers may find disturbing, especially if they're huge pussies. Until recently, it didn't say that last part. I made that.
Sympathetic pains.
Until recently, one animal stood in the way of the island's cat eradication program. Christmas Island's own massive robber crabs, also known as coconut crabs, that I had never heard of before, sent me the first horrifying pictures I had ever seen of those monstrous creatures that don't look like they're from this planet. You ever seen a coconut crab?
Oh, yeah, coconut crabs. Yeah.
They're fucking frightening, man.
Held a small one once.
What's that?
Held a small one.
I've never seen a small one. I've only seen the extraterrestrial xenomorph-looking ones.
There is a picture of them in the article.
Oh, yeah, you can.
Look at them!
Look at that. Look at that thing.
Oh, fancy colours.
Yeah. The one I'm thinking is the giant, Jesus Christ, look at that thing.
And they can climb trees, so you can't escape from them that way.
I would be such a shotgun fanatic living anywhere in New Zealand or Australia. New Zealand too, actually.
I think you'd want fucking AP rifle rounds to kill those fuckers.
There's the picture I was looking for. Yeah.
Yes.
It's wondering what's in the garbage pail. Jesus Christ, look at the fucking size of that thing. Wally, get the shotgun. I'm way ahead of you. I did.
It's more like get the M2. I don't think the shotgun's going to cut it.
Thank you, Far. I'm looking forward to whatever obnoxiousness you come up with. The crabs are fierce scavengers that were attracted to the bait being used by Parks Australia to draw cats to automated traps, which detected felines and shot them with poisonous spray. The cats then licked off their fur.
Oh, God. It's an awful way of getting rid of feral cats.
I mean, is that really the most effective way?
Well, I mean, there's probably something that's poisonous to felines that isn't poisonous to other things on the island. So
right.
Perhaps
it's targeted. Yeah.
Yeah.
They don't want to. Okay, but I'm thinking, why don't you just have like a bait that's only attractive to cats, and then have appropriately sized mouse traps?
Collateral.
I mean, the occasional coconut crab might get in there, but is much going to be lost.
Can you imagine it? The fucking coconut crab with an extremely large mouse trap. He's gonna be bench pressing that fucking thing. But don't make them even more threatening. Jeez.
I I mean, you're right. That is a picture of a coconut crab, but it doesn't it kind of shows off its cool colors, but it doesn't show off the monstrous xenomorphic sizes they can reach. Initially, staff were finding the crabs were crushing some of the trap's components to get at the bait, although most were inefficient at accessing it. In response, staff modified by the grooming traps.
As in the cats go to groom themselves after the fact, and that's what gets them.
I'm aware. It's just,
Let that hang in the air for a little while.
Yeah, just let grooming traps just hang in the air.
Grooming traps.
Yeah. There's none of those on TikTok. Moving on. By covering them with retrofitted upside-down wheelie bins fitted with solar panels and a grill over the front of the trap. Okay, what? Why does it need power? Okay, so they got...
The power of the gun.
Fair enough. They've got some sort of guided particle weapon attached to a wheelie bin, and it needs power somehow, damn it.
The cat wanders up, and all of a sudden just happens like...
Okay. I just can't get over wheelie bin. Fucking Australians are delightful people.
Why a wheelie bin? Why not like a fucking, I don't know, those plastic kennels, like the bloody crates that you put cats in and dogs in to take them to the vet.
I'm not taking issue with the fucking item itself, but what they named it. A wheelie bin?
It's a bin with wheels on it. What's not to love?
Well, it's the same reason. It's like how they call their fucking dollars dollary dues. And what's funny about that is that was meant to mock them, and yet they call that it themselves. And it's like, no, you can't have that. We were trying to make fun of you. No, that's a great name, dollary dues. We're going to stick with that. Jesus Christ.
It's our word now. You can't have it.
By the way, chat, earlier, I was talking about how sick Far was, and I was like, Sam, she's actually having a bad time of it. She's pretty congested and stuffed up, and I ask you to imagine what a nasally stuffed up Australian sounds like. And Sam went on to produce the nasaliest sound I've ever heard in my life. It was.
I shall treat them to it now, shall I?
Hold on. Let me get it out my system.
All right.
Really sorry I can't come on tonight. I seem to be all congested. I don't feel very good.
You have to understand, I'm standing in the middle of a CVS pharmacy on my phone when he does this, and I start laughing. I get this whole lineup of people turning around looking at me like, what?
It was great. It was absolutely great.
It's a good thing she's not from the East, or it would have been only dogs could have heard the nasal.
Right?
Yeah, I feel really terrible, like.
Okay.
Never gonna be able to sniff petrol again.
Love you, Far. It's just.
Get well soon.
In response, staff modified the TikTok creators by covering them with retrofitted upside-down wheelie bins fitted with solar panels and a grill over the front of the trap. The use of 15 such grooming traps contributed to a great deal of culling of the 300 cats on the island last year. They're now estimated that there are 240 feral felines left, and the authorities believe they can further reduce that number to a few dozen by the end of the year.
300 cats, huh?
It's not a big island.
Sure that this is Christmas Island and not Garter.
I don't like how it looks like a little house. It's like, the cats come to stay, but they never leave,
Come to the Hotel California.
Yeah.
You can check out anytime you like, but you can never leave. Hate how the apertures in the front of the door thingy there are smiling.
Yeah, it kind of does look like that. It says, hold on. Caution, cat
Check me out,
trap,
I'm
do not
friendly.
touch. Christmas Island, Paris, Australia. Parks, Australia, excuse me. Who produces these stickers? The cat trap, do not touch. I don't know. So wheelie bins. And here's the beaky bird.
Booby.
Yeah. And there's cat
Have a
gut
good booby around there,
contents.
don't we?
What the fuck?
Lovely.
The,
Oh, okay. So these are like the remains of stuff that the cats are eating, and that's why they got to get rid of them.
yeah, including
Right.
Christmas Island giant geckos, which I guess they don't want them eating. It helps save 10,800 giant geckos, 4,200 threatened birds, and more than 380 critically endangered flying foxes. So you poisoned the cats to save these fuckers?
And flying foxes. I mean, yeah, you've seen flying foxes, Polly. They're adorable.
Maybe at some point, though not to my recollection. Well, God, it's got to be more adorable than these fucking things. Right? It's a bat.
It's a flying fox.
Well, make no mistake. Given the chance, it would kill you and your entire family.
Eat fruit.
Says you. That don't look like no fruit eater. Look at them beady eyes. It's waiting for you to fall asleep so it can get your
All right.
blood.
Check out Sugar Glider.
Now, they are adorable. Those I have seen. They're just...
These are just big sugar. These are goth sugar gliders. Okay.
No, come on. Look at these guys.
Look at it.
They're adorable. These things...
Look at it.
Look at them little fellers.
Skepky.
It looks so... It I know they're skittish as fuck, and it's interesting that a still photograph can convey how skittish they are.
Right?
Like, it looks like it's ready to just freak out at any second. And it is.
Well, I mean, you know, color me surprised that an animal that subsists primarily on sugar is skittish.
But I mean, like, they are jumpy. They make squirrels seem absolutely sedate. Look how tiny they are.
Mm-hmm. You can fly.
Yeah, it's sort of, but close enough.
Oh, falling with style, you know.
Right. Yeah.
The little albino one.
Well. Oh, right there.
Yeah. Oh boy. I want one. I really want one.
Man, its eyes are more outside of its skull than in it, aren't they?
Hmm?
Look at that. Redefines bug eyes. I'm guessing they're nocturnal.
Don't know. I genuinely don't know. Imagine so.
With eyes like that, the sun comes out and it would just,
You just
know.
said so. Chihuahuas have got eyes like that too. So
Yeah, they do, but Chihuahuas are, forced freaks of nature, am I right? The dog's back there like, I'm cute too.
it's a fucking accent as well.
Just because I don't have stripes. Fuck. I see how it is. No one pays attention to me anymore. I can bark and do tricks. They don't have flopsy ears. I got flopsy ears.
I am drunk, so drunk, I cannot get up.
Oh, god damn it. I've missing donations left, right, and center. Fuck. I could have turned that up. Oh, shit. Yeah, the notification sound for me. Okay. Server 21, I apologize, from 20 minutes ago. The Olympic-class USS Pasteur is a medical transport and akin to the far old Daedalus-class starships that Cisco has in his office. I know the ships you mean. Nova class and Enterprise A, baby. Target that explosion and fire. Hell yeah. It's no. Some Star Trek 6, Undiscovered Country.
Yeah, I haven't done
Learn your
I haven't done
Trek.
much other than I'm a TNG guy. If it's not TNG, I don't know of it.
TNG had that fucking wannabe pretty boy in it. All right, see, Riker thought he was fucking handsome. He was wrong.
Picard's where it's at.
Yeah, this is my favorite male character on TNG goes. I mean, Picard's pretty fucking cool, but no, Data, he holds my interest more.
Okay.
What?
Data.
Yeah, his quest for humanity and whatnot, it's fascinating.
Oh, right. Oh, fair enough.
Brent Spiner is just a monster actor. Through having, like, displaying
Yo,
no
Alba.
emotion, is able to convey really funny moments, which is not easy to do. You know what I mean? Like, Data has a
God, when
whole
he was-
fuck ton of laugh out loud moments through playing the ultra straight man. That's not easy. What did Picard,
I'm
Picard
reminded
do
of the-
ever than bureaucratize?
Well, there was that one time we had to look after those kids.
Oh yeah, and let's crawl up the fucking turbo lift shaft, singing fucking, what was it? Three Blind Mice.
I don't remember. Don't remember that at all.
That damn French song. That ding dang dong, ding dang dong. What's the song?
Go Jacques.
Frere Jacques. Yeah. Yeah, that's how he got along with the kids. Let's sing Frere Jacques while we climb up the turbo lift shaft, possibly, falling to our death.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
No, it's true, it happened.
What would you prefer? Come by fucking ya?
No, a Klingon drinking song.
Oh, yeah, children. Mm-hmm.
What? They don't know what it means. They're just singing Klingon words. They don't realize that they're singing about standing ankle
Climbing
deep
up
in
the-
their enemy's blood.
I'm now hearing in my own mind it's Frère Jacques, but with fucking Klingon words in it.
And then not too long after that, Super 21 again. Thank you for the $2. The Defiant is the best because it's a chocolate bar? Well, then Star Trek V is the best movie because they made Spock's marshmallow dispenser. Seriously, Kraft made it. What does God need with a starship? Jim, you don't ask the Almighty for his ID. Fantastic line. Yeah, Spock actually whipped out a marshmallow dispenser. They were camping, and he whips out this cylindrical object that looked oddly like a Hitachi. And, presses a button, and a marshmallow squishes out of the end of it, which, now that I describe it, is grosser than I remember.
Could you hold a stick up to the end where there's like the dispenser port and then just like click one on? If so, that's somehow cooler to me.
Spock's marshmallow dispenser.
It does sound like a fucking themed sex toy, doesn't it?
It does. Jesus Christ, they did make one. For God's sake.
What if Pez, but fluffier?
It comes with a plastic spoon and fork. The Star Trek V, get your own one of a kind. So they only made the one? This was your idea of a movie tie-in toy? Fucking hell.
I kind of want to use one for the handle for a lightsaber now, I'm not going to lie, just to
That's
upset
about all it
people.
looks like, yeah. They make fruit marshmallows?
Yeah.
Huh. I gotta go to the camping section of Walmart more often.
The funny thing is though the banana marshmallows never actually taste like marshmallows. Woman on the right there looks like she's being held against her will.
The woman on the left looks like she's advertising for her fucking OnlyFans.
Has lovely eyes, I'll give her that much. Santa came down my chimney.
Oh, Jesus. Fucking hell, Sam.
What? Drawing inspiration from the images I saw it.
And finally, Far's Wheelie Bin, thank you for the $2. How much does a wheelie bin cost? $30 redos, 10 boomerangs, 100 cases of Fostas? Oh, Fostas. Okay, right. Fosters. I get it. Or one whole... I can't finish that. I don't know. I mean, there's things that'll end a channel, and there's things that are just fun to say.
Well, in the UK, when I was living over there last time around, a wheelie bin would set you back 125 smackaroos.
Pounds?
Yeah.
125 pounds for a fucking garbage bin.
Yep.
Son of a bitch. Are they like licensed from the city? Like they're serialized or something? Like why?
Yes, yeah, they are, yeah.
Oh, well, okay, that's something. Because then you're paying for your license.
It's not so much that, it's a case of people used to steal them because they're actually really well constructed. So people would go around and they would steal them, and what they do is they fill them with waste that's not supposed to go in them, and then they leave them outside of buildings and all that kind of thing. So they'd be putting commercial waste in them, or even chemical waste in them, and then they'd be picked up by city waste disposal or county waste disposal. And commercial waste is not supposed to go in wheelie bins. And these are supposed to pay for their own waste removal.
All right, Zed Hero's out. You have a good night. Thanks for coming, man. Serpent 21 says you can finish that. The guy who totally wasn't me paid you $2. Well, I mean, I'll drop polywords and cusses I feel is necessary, but I mean, holy Christ, man, you got to draw the line somewhere. Besides, it came up on screen. Everyone saw it, unfortunately, for my channel.
Gonna have to go back and edit that.
Yeah, right? This is taking a note of the timestamp.
Shadow Claw says apparently one made it from the UK into Ukraine. You know what? Of all the places I would not expect to find a wheelie bin, Ukraine is actually not on that list. They've got everything nowadays. Including all our fucking money.
That doesn't surprise me at all. Like that you would find not even knockoff stuff, but legitimate stuff. From like Nintendo Switches to fucking designer suits to fucking you name it. Like Bic pens, just ship them every fucking thing. Oh, they need it for the war effort. But really? Disposable razors?
Wheelie bins.
Yeah, why not?
Disposable razors, bloody timekeeping device, watches, that sort of thing. Evidence to convict all the people that were on Jeffrey Epstein's little black book. All that kind of thing.
Yeah, all the regular things. It's car registration plates cloned with 3D printers and used to commit crimes. I like it. Someone's thinking.
But you can literally make your own license plates with a
Go ahead, make your own license plates with. Fill us in.
It's not that difficult to do. You can buy the punching die, the pressing dies off the internet.
I love the idea of finding a car that's a similar make and model to your own, and cloning their license plate.
Identity theft, Polly.
Yeah.
You like the idea of identity theft.
Under tightly constrained circumstances for, justifiable purposes only.
Legitimate reasons, yeah.
Yeah.
You wouldn't download a car. No, but I might download a license plate.
Right. You can't be seen on CCTV dropping off body parts. It's bags, garbage bags.
You can if you're in a fucking
non-commercial
house.
waste. A crime targeting unsuspecting motorists is on the rise, and there is little they can do to prevent it, authorities say. But we're here to just mock your helplessness, I guess. Police said criminals are increasingly using high-tech 3D printers to make false number plates, using them to commit crimes ranging from robbery to petrol drive-offs. All right. What is this?
Aiden Rawlinson said the...
What are you... The fuck are you posing in and for?
It said supplied. He sent them that picture.
It does say supplied. You're right. What's with that hat? You cut the brim off of a regular hat and put it over a hard hat? This is...
Braden Rawlinson wants the world to know that he's an industrious sort.
Like, I am just amazed how Australian this man is. Like, it's just...
Oh, just needs a can of 4X in one hand and a fucking sign saying cunt in the other, and yeah.
Holy shit. My life has been screwed over and I've been ruined financially. My family is destitute. I can tell by the somber tone of your photograph, sir.
Wouldn't be a problem if we as a society had not conceded to the notion of automatically emitted fines, all right? It's a computer attached to bloody road cameras and all that kind of crap, and if they pick you up speeding, there's a computer that sends you a letter to your abode containing a fine. Our fault for accepting this.
You got the Australians coming out too. Far as like, it's not that odd. Gokado's like, no, it's sun safe. It's fine. It's like, those are separate things you can buy, Polly. It's just like, oh my god. What was the children's safety slap slop sun slip whatever? What was it, guys?
Oh,
they live in the land of scorching star, so they don't go outside without putting your sunscreen on, lest you turn into a cinder instantaneously. So this easy memorizable line for children to remember to put on your sunscreen, and it was like alliteration, and I forget how the phrasing went. Slip, slap, slop, or whatever the fuck. Slip, slop,
Genuinely
slap.
don't know.
There it is. There it is. Slip, slop, slap. I slip outside.
I'm at a loss for words.
Get sloppy drunk and slap your wife. Okay.
I've just got this idea for like a fucking a sunscreen mascot, South America, called Hombre Solaire.
Hombre
Solaire, yeah. Hombre Solaire is a brand of sunscreen.
Oh, okay. I'm having a flashback to that one Looney Tunes where Daffy Duck was in the Old West, and he kept calling the villain Nasty Canasta that he was showing down with. He kept calling him Homber. All right, you listen here, Homber. I just...
Dear. Oh, no.
Okay. Victims often don't know that it has happened until they cop a string of fines, or worse, face potential arrest. Victorian carpenter Brazen Rosselson was asked by his family to sell his grandmother's red Holden Cruise, assuming it's a motor vehicle of some sort, last November after she entered aged care. The 32-year-old listed the car online without blurring the plates, not realizing the risk. Mr. Rawlinson... Ooh. It's a very well-kept granny car. Huh.
I mean, they tend to be.
Yeah, I guess, right? They just down to the corner and back. Yeah. A month later, the police knocked on his family door trying to impound the car. They said the car had been involved in a hit and run, a burglary, and a petrol drive-off, and didn't question if the 91-year-old owner was doing this, he said. There's some Australian spice. And it didn't occur to them that maybe the aged granny who requires a walker might not be the perpetrator. I love it. So they later on accused me, as the car was in my possession, and suggested I was lying. I was on holidays when the crimes were committed, so I could show them with my CCTV security surveillance on my computer that the car was at home all the time. Be careful, they might be going through your floor with pickaxes just to see if you've got any unlicensed bunkers. Police say they realized the plates had been cloned and were still being used by the thieves. God, Australian law enforcement is, at least from the news stories that I read, is far from impressive, man. Like, they are just wow. Mr. Rollinson, who is... what's that?
So yeah, they're ineffective and yet somehow also complete fascists.
Yeah. I mean, they're not afraid of exercising, incredible amounts of legal force, including physical force, but rarely seem on the right track when doing so. Okay. Anyway, Mr. Ronson offered a reward for anyone with information on the car that was imitating his grandmother's, was understandably frustrated by the cloning. To make matters worse, despite a letter of authority from his grandmother and a signed statutory declaration, he has been unable to get new plates through Vic roads. At the moment, I have a car sitting in my driveway. Realistically, I cannot do anything with. Fuck.
The reason why? Because the government insists that you must register your car with them.
Even to sell it?
Yeah. Well, with some very notable exceptions. I mean, it's the same in France. It's the same in the UK. I would imagine it's the same in ours. It's actually very difficult to sell cars that don't have license plates on, especially if they're not new. Difficult.
What? I mean, it's not here.
You have to declare them as what's the term?
The reason I say that it's not here is I'm just trying to wrap my head around the process that one has to go through to do that. That's a little intensive.
Sell a car without plates. First and foremost, you actually have to sell the registration off of the car first, right? So you have to sell the registration number back, especially if it's a custom one, right? Mm-hmm. You also have to declare the vehicle as off the road. You have to go through the process in the UK of declaring the car as not liable for road tax. There's a whole slew of documents that you actually have to sign, and then you also have to sign another piece of paper that states that the car is not intended to be used on the road. It has to display that in the windshield as well.
Wow. I mean, I get Gokato's point there. You can sell, but you won't get as much money for it because they have to be taken as a, quote, roadworthy, i.e. inspection passable. Because it would have to be to get it registered again. Okay, that makes sense. I grasp that part of it, but that's incumbent upon the new owner. Is my mindset, I should say. Right? Like, let's say, Sam, you're here, and I'm selling you a car that I have parked out back, right? All that's involved is giving you the pink slip and then accepting
bill of sale.
And accepting the cash with something we have written up between the two of us, and we'd probably put the vehicle identification number on it, the VIN number, because it doesn't have a license plate. And it's can I take the car now? Well, of course you can. You gave me the money for it. We have a bill of sale, and the bill of sale says as is. And it was incumbent upon you to check to see if there were any liens on the vehicle or anything like that, which is why people will a lot of the times request a vehicle identification number, VIN number, before doing so, and go down to a DMV and are there any liens against this vehicle? Has it been involved in any collisions? Because the person told me no.
it is illegal here to sell a vehicle that has liens set against it without disclosing that there are liens set against it.
Sam, answer me a question. When you did live here, in the shining city on the hill that is the Republic of the United States of America, you had lived on the east of the Atlantic for your entire life before then, right? It's okay. You can tell me. I'll listen.
Yeah, I had. Sorry. Yeah, my noise cancellation cut out my reply. Forget that it does that.
What? When coming to the U.S., were there? Do you recall any incidents like this general sort, where it's like, that's all I got to do? Like, did it seem very Wild West to you, like unregulated, or were there any?
Immigration control made me feel like I was at home, but apart from that, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I will bet you immigration did. Yeah, certainly. Are you coming here to work? And if so, how long? Let me see your visa, motherfucker. I can see all that happening. Yeah. But other than that, did you?
Well, I mean,
did you very much feel the let the buyer beware be set upon you engaging in commerce?
Well, see, I'd always operated under that kind of. I was expecting that anyway, because I mean, my old man, he's an old man. I mean, he's in his mid-70s now, so he remembers what it was like in the good old days, right?
Right.
Before all this bureaucratic bullshit became a thing, and so I've spoken to him at great length about what it's like to actually trade stuff, and he's like, yeah, even with all these quote unquote protections in place, buyer beware is always the law you should go by. Expect there to be a problem and ask the right questions when you go to purchase something, and if they don't know, get them to find out for you and pass that information on. Never take anything as face value, and just because a car looks proper doesn't mean that it is proper. So I was well equipped to deal with the buyer beware kind of mentality. It actually came to a lot of the paperwork for business purposes and like tax purposes and all that kind of thing. My then missus, she got her to handle most of that because she was already very familiar with all that kind of thing. So yeah, but no, the quote unquote Wild West aspect of it, yeah, it didn't really come as a shock though. It was mostly just very pleasant.
Well, the reason I ask is because it's like there's, depending on what you're doing, there's an incredible amount of paperwork involved. Dealing with the government, not just the federal government, everyone brings them up right away. Really, you don't want to talk about the fucking city restrictions you have and the state government and county bullshit you got to deal with? Like in the United States, I mean, everyone just goes right to the federal government. It's like, really, you don't ever have problems with your state government? I sure as fuck do. I mean, when you go to set up a business, you're not setting it up with the federal fucking government, are you? Well, okay, technically I was when I did the contracting thing, but it was only partial. Still, the financial aspects of it were entirely state-based, if you will. And it seemed a little like it was uphill at certain points. Like, what the fuck do I got to go through all this for? Like, until I'm paying taxes, why don't you fuck off? Like, this is a private transaction between me and another individual. We're arriving at the particulars of the deal and see your way out of it.
Having to have, I mean, it literally translates as notary lawyers sign off on pretty much any and all exchanges of property beyond a certain value. Yeah, that's something I won't miss when I move back to the States. I really won't miss that at all. Because to all intents and purposes, I say most of us at some point have had to deal with, or are at least aware of what it's like to deal with estate agents.
Sure.
Estate brokers. Yeah, that's most all the time whenever it comes to, cars above a certain value, physical property, business handling and all that kind of shit. Having to pay their bloody fees just to make, not even to actually do the paperwork. They expect you to do the paperwork. They literally just sign off on it and say, yes, this paperwork is all proper. I mean, what kind of bullshit is that?
That's intense.
And that's before the paperwork even gets sent off to the government, who then check it over again to make sure that it's all proper. If it's not, they send it back to you and send you quote unquote administrative fees, which is basically a fine for not doing your paperwork properly.
See, like, and I always want to be cautious when it's like, because we're talking generally Western liberal democracies. We're not talking about countries that are so wildly different that they would be outside the realm of experience. You know what I mean? It's like, so there's more bureaucracy, just not of a type that you're used to. And it's like, well, this is a little crazy. It wouldn't be like doing business in fucking, oh God, can you imagine doing business in Beirut?
Switzerland.
Do you know what I mean? Like something that's wildly different as opposed to like, a member of the Commonwealth, one of the Commonwealth states or something. No matter how much bureaucracy there was, I would still be like, there would be a sense of familiarity that it's like, yeah, this is just like the stuff I've been used to dealing with, just a lot more of
the general thrust.
Yeah. But so what would be the other side of it that would be the downturn of America? And to me would have to be the litigiousness that I think a foreigner coming here, it's like you established a business and you didn't set up civil litigation insurance. The fuck were you thinking? It's like, what do you mean? It's like you run across the wrong person, like through luck or circumstance or providence, whatever way you want to see it, or just through the way you conduct your business poorly. You're going to civil court, man. America's extremely litigious. We have a massive surplus of lawyers who encourage people to be litigious. You better have civil litigation insurance.
I'm familiar with that over here purely on the basis of the kind of business that I've engaged in. I mean, you don't do business with hospitals who are themselves prone to litigation without having that kind of thing. Because if they can pass the buck off to a third party, they will absolutely try and pass the buck off to a third party. But that was one of the things I was sort of most afraid's the wrong word, but aware of when over there was just at any time for almost any reason or seemingly no reason. You could be walking down the street, and someone can walk into you and take a dive.
Right.
That's a lawsuit.
Yeah. Oh, you could have
that can happen.
You could have, and the reason I bring it up is that it's America is super wonderful and free and everything's fucking great about it. And it's like, no, it's not, that's not the fucking case I'm trying to make. It's just when it comes to setting up a business or something like that. But then, so what's the negative side of it? The negative side of it is that, unfortunately, people are quick to pull the civil litigation trigger on you. You can fail to fucking shovel your sidewalk and some asshole who's walking down the fucking street with fucking dress shoes on, the soles of which are fucking slicker than a Vaselined eel. They fall on their fucking ass and they sue you. And it's like, well, Jesus Christ, I didn't get up and shovel the sidewalk yet. What the fuck were you doing walking down the sidewalk? Technically part of my property, I guess, or adjacent to my fucking property at fucking 5 o'clock in the morning. I hadn't fucking shoveled yet. They can still sue you over it, and will. Because they were morons and didn't have health insurance. And they fucking shattered a hip or whatever the fuck.
It's that kind of thing is I mean, that doesn't happen all the time. It happens often enough that you should consider it. I mean, here we have we've got what's called basically civil liability insurance. It's a tax. It's an amount of tax that's paid, and if anything like that were to occur to you, if someone were to break their hip, wandering over a stretch of your property that was publicly accessible, i.e. wasn't fenced off, you are technically taken to court, I suppose.
Right.
But the government actually represents you in that regard, and they just pay it out of a fund, so it doesn't actually impact you. You pay a flat tax rate, and that's everybody has that, right? Everybody has that. It's no different from like council tax or property tax or anything like that. It's bundled in.
Well, here's the thing.
It's one of those
potato. It's like aren't sidewalks government controlled, or like it would be the government or the city that they would be suing, more to the point that they would sue everybody in sight, right? So why would they sue just you when they can sue the city, your neighbor, and the fucking cat across the street. And it's like, well, isn't that a little bit crazy? Yes, it is. I absolutely agree. Especially because there's no, well, I shouldn't say no. There's very few caps on the kind of amounts that they can claim for. You know, mental distress for everything, right? Whatever kind of injury you sustained, sustained mental distress along with it, along with punitive damages. Which is like, what does that mean? Just break out your checkbook and pay me as a punishment, a punitive damage.
Make sure this doesn't happen again.
Yeah. It's we're going to crack you hard just to make sure that you get out there and shovel your sidewalk. Now, can you, like, Evolve Potato, to your point, can you defend yourself successfully against that? Yeah. And lawyers start, I don't know, around $350 an hour. And it's going to take a dozen billable hours to form a basic defense for you in civil court.
One of the things that does get me about American lawyers, America, your heartland of capitalism, right?
Yeah.
Why do yours lawyers cost so fucking much?
Because law schools are so expensive, lawyers are paying off their fucking bills well into their fucking.
I mean, barristers.
Go ahead.
Barristers and lawyers here. Sorry. Barristers and lawyers here, you know, they've got fucking school debt as well, not to the same extent, sure. But there's this notion like, for something like civil suits, civil cases, he's paying fucking 350 fucking euro an hour. Huh? That.
How can civil courts give punitive damages? That's one of the things that they do. It just, yeah, it's just one of the things that they do. They will lay off a series of things where, you know, for the person's hospital bills, for your errancy, for the court fees, the fees that the court has to pay, like all of the attending stenographers and clerks and everything else, as well as the person who charged you or took you to court, their lawyer's fees you're going to have to pay, and then punitive damages, which is just a punishment fee. It's just amongst the list of things that if you lose a case that you're going to have to pay. I mean, I sure as fuck didn't think that I would get sued for writing up a fucking analysis as a contractor, but I was.
Fuck you out.
That blew my fucking mind. Now was the and yeah, I was told about civil litigation insurance beforehand, and it was part of the fucking contract that I signed, that should the matter arise of any work that you out of any work that you've done for us directly, you are covered up to X amount. And then there was a separate jacket that came along with that. A jacket's like a folder of paper that came along with that, describing the amount to which they will cover and so on and so forth. And it was far beyond what I thought anyone would ever want to sue me over. It never even occurred to me that somebody would, until I was served. I was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. That's some of the nicest shit I've ever said about somebody. Most conservative claims that I've ever made. I didn't even go very far. And it wasn't just me. It's like I was singled out. It was everyone who had any hand in that analysis. They ended up dropping it. But, I mean, for example, they ended up dropping it. I guess that would serve as a good example of the danger and why you would want the insurance to begin with. That could have crushed me. Just going and finding a lawyer and having to pay them to defend it up until the point where they ultimately ended up dropping the suit. But by that time, I've paid for 3 or 4 dozen billable hours.
That's one of the things, Polly, quite honestly, that mystifies me about America, is given the litigiousness and the comparative lawlessness of litigation in the US, why people put so much stock behind accusations. And so-and-so was, they settled out of court, and the implication is always that there is an implication of guilt there somewhere down the line. It's like, no, it's just that much cheaper to pay people to fuck off and leave you alone.
Well, you know what? You know what's interesting about that is it reminds me of the. It's easy to say this if you have the money to make these kind of claims. You know, so easier said than done. But paying somebody to shut up and go away is like paying a blackmailer. You're never finished paying a blackmailer, are you? If you pay off one begrudged individual, I mean, that doesn't like light you up as fucking, hunting season? Well, yeah, of course it does. You think there's any company over fucking 100 people that hasn't been sued? You know what my contractor said to me when I've been served, and we were talking about it, and he goes, you sound really anxious about all of this, and I said, yeah, and he said, first time.
I can see the meme.
Yeah, and I said, yeah, and he goes, huh, I remember feeling that way. The way he said it, right? And I remember that. Yeah, it's just like I broke my cherry so long ago, you young whippersnapper. Because you didn't thank him, did you? And I said, who? The process server? And I said, and he said, yeah. And I said, no, I didn't thank him. He just handed me, he said, are you so-and-so? And I said, are you Rudiger Dubenstein? And I said, I am. And he goes, you've been served. And he goes, and you didn't thank him. I said, no. And he goes, good. You should tell him to get the fuck off your property. Because I'll never understand people that thank process servers. And I was like, okay, can we get back to the fact that I'm being sued for more money than I'll probably ever own? He goes, they're not going to win, man. And I'm like, you are way too relaxed about all of this. I mean, yeah, he turned out to be right, but holy shit.
But in the moment,
yeah,
I remember the first time I got sued. I was so angry, man. So fucking angry. Because it was bullshit, right? It was bullshit. I was being sued for. It's not important. I was being sued for something that was completely and utterly A, frivolous, B, out of my control, and C, I didn't really have anything to do with it in the first place. I got the notice, right? I got the summons. Reading through it, and the because included in it is the what you're being served for. I'm reading through it, and I'm like, oh, better win, because if I meet this person in a dark alley, they're going to need that money to cover their medical costs. I'm going to give them such a shake with the curled fingers of my right hand.
Coin a phrase, yeah. That's right.
Coin a phrase. They may not get up. How well shaken they will be the envy of martinis everywhere.
Sam, you should know better than that. Martini should be stirred, not shaken. You shake a martini,
Yes,
you just get a watery martini with ice chunks in it.
Well, yes, but like it was his favorite drink anyway. Fun fact for those in the chat that don't know, it actually wasn't his favorite drink. His favorite drink was whiskey.
The guy you wanted to shake?
No, James Bond.
Oh, James Bond. Yeah, his drink of choice was bourbon.
See you scanning through the houses.
Yeah. I was wondering if you wanted to look at a house, maybe.
Absolutely.
I want to find this one. That looks like a fartastic
It's like an
house.
observatory.
Right.
Just save that one for far. Then save that one for far.
All right. Bar, this is the one we're going to save for you. I don't know why, because I think it's because she's an artist. I tend to think that she wants to live in some wacky, strange architectural joint. You know what I mean? It's probably not even close to the truth, but I don't know. That's where my mind rests.
It looks like a giant novelty bong, I'm not going to lie.
It does, actually. Yeah, that's a fair call. Where was the house that I wanted to show off here? This house is just cool because of, I'm into to the histories and the whatnots. So let's go over this one really quick. Listed for 8.9 million. It's old. It's believed to be the oldest house in Newton, and it looks old. Built sometime between 1645 and 1730. Fuck, so cool. No, am I the only one? Okay, fine, whatever.
No, it is. I'm admiring the architectural choices here.
Let's see, by Megan Johnson, Globe correspondent. Well,
Painted Paul Revere Gray.
What's that?
Love that. To scroll up a little bit, it says it's painted Paul Revere Gray.
It is painted Paul Revere Gray. Good call. Yeah. I'm not sure what that means, but okay. Well, 9 Old Orchard Road. Oh, come on by for the party, guys. Bring your goon bags. Where are we going to? 9 Old Orchard Road. We're the only house on the block. Then what are numbers 1 through 8? Empty lots. I own them too. All right. It's just over 8,000 square feet of property, completed after a 3-year transformation, listed at 8.9 million. It's a 7-bed, 9-bath, 7 full, 2 half. It is now bringing in prospective buyers from across the globe. Okay, so Chinaman alone it. Gotcha. Located in Old Chestnut Historic District, the home is located on land that was originally owned by Thomas Hammond, one of Newton's 21st settlers, arriving in the 1640s. Fucking hell. The Hammond family was known for the early settlement in Chestnut Hill. The house has been assigned construction dates ranging from 1645 to 1730. Some have even recorded it as one of the 20 oldest houses in the United States. Fuck, that would be cool. I don't know if I like the...
Wish they wouldn't modernize to such a degree.
That's what I'm thinking. Like an old house where it's like, shouldn't it fit with what it is? Don't you have an interior? Like, I thought interior designers were all like that. Like, oh no, you gotta, the natural trees that are around here are this kind of wood, so we're using a very similar wood for the flooring and the, I thought they'd be those kind of people, not going. I'm not glass and white cloth and shit.
I'm not saying you can't have the modern creature comforts. I'm not saying that you can't have it clean and tidy. But like, look at those ceiling lights.
Yeah.
That's some fucking Starship Enterprise bullshit right there. Pack that in.
And the fact that the only thing that is dark wood brown is this ceiling brace rafter doesn't do much for me. Anyway, fusing together the old with the new, the home underwent a massive renovation during the pandemic, at which point they apparently destroyed any of its aesthetic value. We took every single thing back to the studs, said Ellen Karp, the Coldwell Banker Realty, who has the listing.
There's just,
so you're to blame.
You've taken it back to the studs. You've taken it back to the studs, so it's basically, apart from... It's not the fucking original house then, really, is it?
You've ruined it, is a better way to say it. Unless it was, I don't know, some kind of load-bearing member was destroyed by termites 200 years ago, so, we got to take it right back to the studs and reinforce all that shit or whatever, but, you think you'd want to retain as much as possible. I would, anyway.
Absolutely. I'd liken it to this, right? The Japanese, they've got that wonderful tradition where they use gold soldering to put broken pots back together.
Yeah.
Something like that. Okay, you've got to fix stuff up. Make it obvious that you've actually fixed the stuff up then. Show that the original thing is still there. It's just been as fixed close as damned it.
You know what? I think Justin Wilson summed it up perfectly with 3 words. 2 iPod white. Perfect.
Amen.
That's and I would love it that phrase occurred to me while I was touring this place. Like, let's say I won the lottery, and we're talking like Powerball lottery, right? So I can buy the fucking house that I want. And I'm a fucking history nut and love, colonial American history and shit. So this house is on the market. And so like Polly is the excite. And I walk into this place and this is what I see. The most insulting thing I could think to say to the realtor who was in charge of this fucking staging and redecoration would be, Jesus Christ, I feel like I just walked inside of an iPod.
Honestly, it looks like the kind of, the presentation rooms that they build when Mark Zuckerberg needs to show off the ketchup he's got on his bookshelf. It looks like one of those.
Yeah. Okay.
Looks like it's been made for a magazine rather than, an actual place to live in.
And it continues on. Look at this. The third floor was removed, allowing ceilings to be raised. Now guests step into the entryway and see a staircase cascading upward. To the left is the intimate dining room with the original beam ceiling and a fireplace. To the right is the library, which has custom built-ins, shelvings, and additional undermounted closets. Continue into the kitchen, which Carp calls intimate, yet enormous. You're an idiot and even retarded.
That's my nickname in college.
Intimate yet enormous, you fucker. So I had to think that one through. Oh, man. Every detail has been considered, from the quartz island with plentiful seating to the intricate backsplash and row of skylights. There's a comfortable family room to the right. I have a hard time believing that there were skylights originally in the place. But how else can we burn our retinas with the fucking sunlight gleaming off of every white surface?
I'm... when there's a bottle of good vintage, a bloody good vintage wine. Take that. If you were to come in one day, Polly, and see that 96 bottle of
Churchill
champagne,
yeah,
smashed in the center of your kitchen floor. The sensation that you would feel.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how I feel looking at these pictures of this house. One of the oldest fucking things in America. One of arguably a real piece of American history. Actual American history. Not from like the 1800s.
Yeah.
Look at what they've done to it.
Look how they massacred my boy. Look at this. It's got one of them stupid white porcelain dish things. You see it?
Yeah. Mark Zuckerberg.
Like, you look up and you see these gorgeous rafters and everything is just painted ghost white. Who said it here in chat? Taflin. That sterile, dreamlike look is so tiresome. Fucking men. And the gorgeous wood flooring, knots and various different striations in the wood texture, the wood coloring rather. And let's cover most of it up with a carpet. Sure, let's do that. Seems like a great idea. I mean, I think this roof shape is very interesting. Why is it all just white, and more white?
Hey, get some fucking, like, all of the busyness that you've got going on down here at the floor level with the weird shapes and the differing lines and the frankly disconnected artwork on the walls. Dial that down a little. Keep it, take it back to the basics, the nice wood stuff, and then the color variation. Keep that going on up top. Spread out your busyness.
I like that. Spread out your busyness. Yeah. Climb the stairs up to the balcony gallery, which overlooks the kitchen and features stunning views all the way to Cambridge. Each of the 7 bathrooms is en suite, with the primary bedroom serving as the crown jewel. It has a fireplace, beamed cathedral ceilings, a large dressing room, and a spa-like primary bathroom with a deep soaking tub and a steam shower.
The standard fucking standalone tub, and you fucking know it.
IKEA item number 5673A.
Yes. Yes, it's called Schnee in the catalogue.
With made-up accents over all the letters. It's not a real word.
Yes.
It's
Really? What's the name of the toilet? Poikapoo.
Whew. I'll give them this. That is a very long sink area. It just keeps going, doesn't it?
Yeah, I hate the fucking mirrors. What's going on there?
Oh, the drawn curtain kind of look?
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that at all.
They stand right off the wall. I'm just noticing that. Are those, like, do they open like a medicine chest?
I think so, yeah. It looks like there's a split down the middle of them.
Huh. Outside, the large outdoor kitchen has a grill, an ice machine, and a refrigerator. There's also a fire pit and a spacious stone patio on the lot, which measures 0.66 of an acre. In Newton,
Fuck off, call
that's
it
a farm,
2/3.
Carp said. Carp, I hate you. To complete the property, the home was painted Paul Revere gray, the same color as his house in the North End, Carp said.
Mm-hmm. What's her name? Ellen Carp, is it?
Yeah, I'm looking her up right now. I got to see this person.
Put a name to my hatred. A face to my hatred, rather.
No. Hyperlinked. Oh, Jesus.
Dear Lord. It looks exactly how I expected it to look.
Good Lord. With so much plastic surgery, she looks like she's perpetually standing in a wind tunnel?
It's exactly what I expected.
Coldwell
I
Banker
bet when
reel.
she talks, she's got a voice that's like this.
Jesus. So get a hold of her if you want to buy this $9 million property that we've robbed of all of its value, really, to me. Unless you... I don't know. I guess you want to live there just to say you live there. It's one of those areas. She's had more
Carp,
work done than the
just-
house. Nice cynic.
Ms. Carp, just so you know, and you know, you're not listening right now, but eventually I have faith that this will make its way back to you. Just want you to know, we're on the list.
Yeah, I know. She needs more filters, Patty says, right? Indeed, this woman has no pores.
Ironically enough, she wouldn't serve as a very good filter on account of the fact she has no pores.
Well, she went into her cosmetic surgeon and they stripped her right down to the beams.
They took me right back to the studs.
Looks like she's trying to get back to the studs. So come on, lady, you're clearly in your 50s. It's been a passing, Ellen.
All right. So this house is up in Baltimore, Maryland. Good old Baltimore.
Right.
And it seemed a little busy, so I thought we should take a look.
God, Italian art students.
Right? I can already see the stop sign just leaning in the corner. Oh, it's so irreverent.
Oh God. Oh, God, where's the 1940s, 1950s repainted bloody women's, bicycle that's mounted to the fucking wall?
Yeah. What are the big wheel hay pennies? Is that what they're called? The big front wheel bicycles?
I don't mean like that. I mean just a lady's bicycle from, the 1940s that's been, resprayed with spray paint, no doubt, in pastel blue.
So let's keep in mind, this is a 2-bedroom, 2-bath, 1,700 square feet. They estimated it was going to go for $316, and it went for $262.
Get fucked.
Right? Yes. Get fucked. Oh, man. See, I haven't looked at this house at all, even a bit. This fake brick shit just drives me fucking crazy. When they do the partially exposed brick thing, but it's not actually exposed brick, it's brick, you know, 1/8-inch thin texture that they've pasted onto the wall.
Fascia.
Yeah. I went over to a friend's house and she had that up. And it was, I remember asking her, I said, do you own or rent? This was somebody from undergrad. And she goes, rent. And I was like, okay. I let it go. Because I was about to just, you know, start being like, how much did you pay to get this place decorated? You know what I mean? If she owned, if you know what I mean. But it all looked that way when she moved in. And, you know, it's rent. You're not going to change shit. Why would you? You know, your cost and their benefit. Why the fuck would you? And you're probably restricted with your rental agreement from doing so anyway. I know I am. I hate that shit. Have you ever? Are these spiral staircases? Are they common in France?
No. Well, I mean, spiral staircases aren't uncommon in France. There's a lot of castles here that have like actual spiral staircases.
Yeah,
but that's shite.
Yeah.
That's actual shite.
I mean, these
Look at the
skeletal
turn
ones.
rate.
You know what I mean?
Mm.
I have walked up and down these things a bunch of times. They have them in the corners of old libraries, depending on what university you're at, because lots of universities are
Which is where they belong,
right,
and they should stay.
because they're trying to minimize the impact of the staircase. You know what I mean? And it usually, if you're at a university that's older than, I don't know, 50 years, it's got a bunch of different buildings, and the libraries there isn't one library. There's a whole number of them because, you know, the engineering library has enough books in it that it can't just fit into one section of some big building, right? So they're
Right.
so they're trying to maximize the fucking space. I get it. I hate walking up and down them. I don't know what it is. It's an irrational thing, I think. Like, it's just, I'm 6'2". I always feel like I'm going to run into one of the bottoms of the steps walking up them.
I do.
And they're never bolted in well enough for my liking. Every time I'm walking up and down them, I mean, 6'2", 200 pounds. Those things move when I walk up and down. And I don't feel that, like,
Right.
you know, imagine fucking, you know, Movie Bob trying to make it up there.
God, that was that's why they innovated on the basis of the fish cannon. People like Movie Bob. Feed him into one end and he rockets out the top.
Is that... Hold on. Is that fireplace inlet really there? Or is that a fucking shadow painted thing?
Looking at the depth, like looking at the actual depth of the surround there and such, no, I think it is actually there.
Okay. Next question. Why is it pink?
Because women live here.
Okay. All right.
May well be male, but they're women.
I mean, it's clearly not set up to have a fire within it. Not that there hasn't been a fire in it, and that's why it's still pink. It doesn't have fireplace tools. It doesn't have logs. It doesn't have the pile grill. It doesn't have a grill at all in front of it to stop fucking sparks from shooting across the room and fucking lighten your fucking, you know, tallow pile on fire. Because I live in the Victorian era where those were things. Oh shit! I'm sorry, Chad. We're covering up the fucking. My fault. Hold on. There we go. This is the fucking fireplace we're talking about. Somebody should have said something.
Good night, Darth Mando, and hello, Kero Soldier. Kero Soldier.
All right, Darth. Have a good night. And Kero Soldier said would be by later, and you weren't kidding. Here you are. Welcome.
Indeed. The floor, the flooring where the spiral staircase and the fireplace surround us.
Yeah.
That's almost certainly lino been put down.
Yeah.
I don't actually hate the pattern.
No, because as linoleum goes, that's as good as it's going to get because it actually looks like tile.
Mm-hmm. It was actually tile.
Yeah.
Actually, that kind of tiling, that would be good. I would certainly not put those fucking hideous chairs on it, but...
You mean the chairs that fat people fall through on YouTube shorts?
Those chairs that look like they've been thrust across the room too quickly while the photograph was being taken.
Yeah, because those are the legs that fold in under, the ALRs of the world, and understandably so.
And by ALR, I presume you don't mean the rifle. Yeah, I know what you mean.
See, look, if you look under, maybe we'll get over there at a later point. I like that there's that this support beam, it looks like it's has flutes running along it, like a marble pillar, which is pretty cool.
Like a good fluted pillar.
Yeah, but I like the wood on the other side. Maybe we'll get over there and we'll be able to see. It looks a lot better than all this white painted crap. Oh my! So it's a very narrow place.
Wouldn't be so bad. The buildings either side were of the same theme and, actually built on. It just looks like they've put it looks like there's a building fascia on it.
You know what? That's exactly what it looks like. If I were to Photoshop, you guys can see my finger pointing thing here, right? If I were to Photoshop this out, you could think it was a Potemkin Village set facing.
Yes.
It really, yeah, you're right. It looks like a facade that's been put on the front of a hollow structure, And then, fine, I'll say it. Sans the blue. What the fuck? No, I just, what's with the blue?
Again, they're going for that sort of slightly chintzy Italian.
Italian what? Like, I'm not even trying to cut you off. Like, is that an Italian thing to go with garish colors like that?
It's not really an Italian thing, no. Not with the red brick. Honestly, no. But there is this idea of that's the Italian style when it comes to two-uppers like this. And it really isn't.
You know what's really done it in for me when it comes to houses and whatnot? Watching Yellowstone. Because there's because there's the lodge, as it's referred to, which is like the main house on the Yellowstone Ranch that John Dutton lives in, right? And it's huge and it's bigger than it needs to be. That's one of the jokes of it, right? Dutton said in one of like the first episodes of season 4, when my great grandfather built this place, he never built it to impress anybody. He built it so it was big enough that his family never felt that they had to leave. Meaning, it's structured like a number of small houses that are all attached to one another so that you can have your family and have their privacy. You have your own kitchenette, you know what I mean? That you can always live on the ranch and you never have to leave. It's big enough for multiple families. That was the idea. But they can all come together in the center of the house and whatnot. And then you make it up to John Dutton's bedroom, the master bedroom in the main part of the house. And it's like, oh, I could just live there. Just that. That's my house. Sam, it's got a fucking huge ass fireplace in it and its own little fucking living room off the fucking bed. The rafters, everything is wood. It's just been oil stained. It just, nothing's faked. I mean, yeah, okay, it's a fictitious house, so like, I don't know how much of it is a set and how much of it isn't, but that as a place to live, I mean, it seduced me, Sam. It seduced me.
It boils down to the age-old question of when you're looking at any kind of property whatsoever, what are you going to be doing inside the property? Because if all you're doing is eating and sleeping, it ain't got to be big, it ain't got to be fancy, it ain't got to be impressive. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Don't hate this, actually.
I'm
this little bit here.
Nor do I. I'm just trying to understand what happened. Was this formerly outside of the house and they just got clever, or is this to try and make it look more because it's a small area, they put this in there to make it seem like a doorway, walkway, entry, separate area, but it's not separate. Is that what they were trying to do?
I think this was an internal porch, because this is Maryland, did you say?
Baltimore. Yeah, Baltimore, Maryland.
Yeah, Baltimore. So this is sort of very New England-ish area, right?
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of the construction will have been similar to Western Europe at the time. Presumably, a great deal of English influence will have been, or British influence, I should say, will be here. They were a real big fan of having an internal entrance porch for hundreds of years. Most English houses that I've been in that sort of date back anywhere from like late 1700s through the 1800s, they had these small internal porches. So I think that's probably what's happened, and then they've removed the walls to try and open it up a bit and get a little more light going around. It's not a poor choice of wallpaper.
Yeah. Zombie Teddy, do you think
Really that
whoever
massive
owns
picture.
Weller bourbon brand paid to have their bourbon in the show Yellowstone? Interesting question. I think Yellowstone, I have no proof of this, but this is just something me and my friends have talked about, is a huge show for paid product placement, and it is some of the best product placement that is unintrusive into the narrative of the show. You have to be looking for it, if that makes sense. Bullet Bourbon, if they are not being paid by Bullet Bourbon, they are doing millions of dollars of free advertising for them. Every time someone grabs a bourbon, every time John Dutton grabs a bourbon at home, it's Bullet brand. You can tell by the bottle, and the bottle is Sam. The label never seems to be turned away from the can.
The only thing I knew for sure was this: every son of a bitch that worked for him, they were all gonna be better off dead.
Yeah, I gotta add in some more cuts from Last Man Standing. There is another one. There's what's his name? Christopher Walken blasting everybody in the room just to scare the hell out of him with a Tommy gun. Gamer Valine, glad to see you're still with us. I hadn't seen you chat in a minute, so we thought you might have gone off to bed. But thank you for the $9, greatly appreciated. Federal Hill, where this house is one of the oldest neighborhoods in Baltimore. It's located on the south side of the Inner Harbor. These houses are very narrow but deep, and parking there sucks. That all sounds just about right, except for the areas that I don't know. It's the south side of the Inner Harbor. Were you here earlier, Valine? You can just say in chat. What was it? It went for 280, Sam?
262.
262. That seems low for one of the oldest neighborhoods. Okay, well, you know what? I generally take old to mean of value, but sometimes old means run the fuck down.
Yeah.
And ancient
Place is a
utilities
little
nobody
pokey.
wants to be. So I don't know. That's interesting.
If you look at this property compared to the ones, like the two at the either side of it, it does seem to be greatly recessed. Give it a bit of a front yard.
See, I'm trying to see. So this there, is that this looking out?
Mm.
If
It certainly looks that way. I mean, the arch window's the key, right?
Sure is. Because I was about to complain, why did you cut down on a big square window? Well, they didn't. It's bricked that way, and they put this molding around the outside to make the window bigger by appearance, I'm guessing.
Yeah, it looks like it's been reclad.
I hate these metal pots. I like plants inside, don't get me wrong. I absolutely love plants inside, but not like this. Especially when they're all plants that don't require water. It just says, like, how long has this house been on the market?
Well, I mean, there's that, but to be honest with you, with this being an old red brick construction, if it is as old as it appears to be, damp is a massive issue.
It's like old porchway, right? It does look like this was once outside, but once you go outside, no. Hard to understand.
What this could have been, actually. Might well have been the entrance, or the part of the building that was that made up the entrance to the building that this is appears to be attached onto the side of.
Mm-hmm. Have a good night, sir.
It's been sort of good night, sir. And it's been sort of like, divvied off and then renovated. Originally to be something. I mean, in Britain they call them like granny flats.
Mm-hmm.
Then, Granny's passed away, so art student daughter or something like that has moved in here, and yeah.
Yeah, I'll say it. Not these pillows, but I dig those chairs. There's obviously two of the same,
hate
right? Yeah, with a footstool, mind you. But that looks like a chair I could be comfortable in.
A bit low backed for my personal preference, but
Hold on. Does it go chair, love seat, chair?
Not sure. No, if you go back to the other picture.
There's some camera lens warpage at work here.
Yeah.
I'm sure Zelthor can
good
see it.
fisheye.
He's done lots of photography like this. It's like this chair has become ultra stretched, I think.
Hmm?
And now we're back to it looks like it was once outside.
Oh, this is weird.
And there's the pink knot fireplace. What? Was this a garage? And this is the garage door?
Oh, I don't think so. No, I think this was I think this was the entrance way to the building that's the right as you're looking at the building from the outside.
Okay.
It explains why it's got the recessed front yard and all that kind of shit, right?
Yeah. I guess they're trying to let as much light through as possible, and that's why they picked this jacket rack.
Yeah. Are those glass bricks?
Yes, they are, sir.
Oh.
Like, that they put in showers and in window places where there's a standing shower,
We have a lot of that here in foyers and such when you do the entrance foyer and such, which typically leads onto a hallway or something, so that it lets light through, but you can't see who's standing in the hallway the moment that you enter the property, and they also can't see you.
Honestly, there's not a lot for me to. It's more style things, like small style things that I'm opposed to so far. There's not a lot. Like, okay, the pegboards have got to go, but again, that's a small style thing. That's just something that's been bolted to the wall. But I get this. Like, okay, so you got this large open French door, right? And this is an older house because it's even got the ventilation window that they lean in up top, and this huge bay window, is that what they're called? I think.
Bay windows usually extend outwards.
Oh, okay. So it's just a big old window here, big old window doors. Lots of light coming in. Yeah, I don't think it's a bad idea at all to have that curtain there. I'm just opposed to the fact that it looks very much like a curtain shower. A shower curtain, rather. You couldn't put something better up there?
Yeah. Yeah, it's wrong, isn't it?
Like, even the fabric looks like it's waterproof.
What are those, I don't know what the English term would be. I mean, it translates. Well, it would translate to shutter directly. The multiple hinged shutters that similar to the kinds of things that ladies used to wander behind to change.
Yes,
clothes.
absolutely. Yeah. Yep.
Like a large door kind of affair along those lines. That's what that one's there.
Because I absolutely get the idea of, like, okay, so you're in here, you want to close off this area, but then you also want to be able to, like, open it up at the same time. Yeah, that's good use of small space to have it.
Concertina door. There we go.
Oh, like a concertina instrument. Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. So now it's basically standing right in front of the fireplace, looking out.
Yep.
Oh.
This is all just a bit weird, isn't it?
Yeah. I don't know. Where's the kitchen? Like, where's the fridge and whatnot?
The pink room, right in the depth of this picture.
I'm just wondering why that table's there. It looks like that's your meal table, your main meal table. So I'm like, where's your fucking kitchen at that you've put that there?
It's beyond the sofa, isn't it?
Oh, all the fuck down there. I thought you went off to the left. No, yeah, okay. You think it's all okay? Then I will ask again. So. What the fuck is that round kitchen table doing there?
I don't know. Maybe that's their breakfast nook.
Are you opposed to breakfast nook, Sam?
I just hate what wankers do with them.
Oh man, shove that shit up against the couch or get rid of it, but don't have it just sitting out there in the middle of nowhere.
God. That's the cabinet that we see the lean on top of, all right, when there's something interesting on the TV.
This really is a fucking support beam, a metal support beam, and they really did go, fluted marble beam look with it. Bravo. Well done. I'm okay with it.
Have my beams all going in the same direction, please. This makes me nervous, the ceiling.
I can't wait to get up to the second floor and see what's what. Okay, so look. All right. Now we're making some sense here. The ceiling's odd, ain't it? Beams everywhere, big holes that go up.
The fucking thing is knowing that on the outside of the wall that we're looking at here, there is nothing on the other side. Those little beams there that are stuck out above the window, up to the aperture that you go up to get to the quote unquote mezzanine floor.
Yeah.
Those serve no purpose. They're doing nothing. And holding up shit.
You know what I always want when I'm sitting down at a table to eat? A reflection of myself sitting right beside me.
Oh yeah, I love watching myself eat, and it's even better when the person that sat opposite can't escape watching me eat as well. That's just the best.
Yeah, and no matter where they look, I'm there.
I tried to keep a straight face.
I find it funny.
All around me are familiar faces.
I mean, I get the idea, right? It's mirrors make it seem more open, but not where you're sitting. Put that up there, like off the floor. If you want to make anything seem more open with the use of mirrors. I mean, I'm no interior designer, but I can tell you when something sucks.
It's like those fuckers that hang, they'll take a mirror and they'll put it above the bed in the master bedroom facing down. Like, who wants to see that?
Is that an ancient fire extinguisher next to an air conditioner?
Looks that way, doesn't it? Probably a powder extinguisher that's got no pressure in it anymore.
That's funny to me. Gamer Valine she's talking about like the heavy duty property taxes in this area, and it's this property tax. They're built into what you need to look at in the listing, Polly. The old houses are typically listed as historic, and they aren't damp, but they are cold in the winter. And that's what I got because Patty just said lots of heat loss. I bet you this place is cold as fucking balls.
It doesn't look very well insulated, does it?
Well, they've got wonderful taste in art prints. Jesus.
Is that a posterism? It looks like a posterism.
What the hell's a posterism?
Do you know the sort of the poster? You've seen the 4-paneled Marilyn Monroe, right?
Oh yeah,
yeah, that kind of.
I could have gone through my day without thinking of Andy Warhol. Thank you very much, Sam. That's
the Warhol. That's his fucking name. Yeah.
Yeah. Then
Kim too.
Son of a.
All the people that like him.
Okay, so we just get further down to this area with the. Okay.
The Soviet War era artwork on the wall.
And the sandalwood fake grandfather clock is odd.
Oh God, that's like Scotland in the 1950s. It's fucking awful.
Ooh, they've got an Ansel Adams print. Ansel Adams took black and white photographs. It's art.
And they kicked Hitler out of art school.
Yeah. I don't like the doggy bed in the fireplace.
Sending the wrong message, isn't it?
Can I have a fire in my cold ass place, please? Is that too much to ask?
Oh,
You must have the dog.
Oh, wow. It's the Barbie Dream Kitchen. Holy
I want to eat
shit.
nothing that has been produced with this kitchen.
Or the Miami Vice Kitchen.
Oh, right.
What has happened to the ceiling? It looks like the fucking the roller doors on the back of fucking packing trucks.
Oh God! Or that that cheap PVC cladding that they put around the suburban houses in like Iowa.
Yeah,
Look
yeah.
at that.
Wait. Okay. Fine. I'll go for the iPod White. Not this. Not this. Jesus.
No, I want to burn it all down. I will be the radical centrist. I will burn it all down. Will not pick the lesser of two evils.
I like how they squeezed a TV, big screen TV, in. Well, whatever screen TV in there.
Look at the fucking cable coming off the back of that.
Yeah.
Fucking pathetic. I'm fucking effort in.
I don't understand why you went from whatever color scheme you did. There's your fireplace, a portable one.
Is just...
You've got two actual fucking fireplaces in this place, and as somebody in chat pointed out, no flue in either one of them, right? They're probably stopped up, because that would just be too much trouble to have an actual fireplace. Probably special licensing required in this area. So yeah, let's just put a portable plug-in fake one in there. But why would you go from this one color scheme to this pink and blue hideousness?
I mean, look at the size of that coffee machine, all right? These are clearly art students. Because they're familiar with decent coffee machines, because where do they work?
Right.
Oh, the lighting is awful.
Yeah, you're looking out. I'm trying to. It looked from the outside pictures like if you looked outside one of the side windows, you'd be looking right into the side of your neighbor's house. But it looks like you're looking into a iron wrought fence, and there isn't a house there. It's weird.
I think that's the backyard of the house that's next to them. If you can see the glass wall, or the glass block wall, towards the left of the picture there.
Mm-hmm.
Beyond that is, of course, the very frontmost room, the reception room.
Is that a door on the other side of the coffee maker right here? Is this a door?
It is.
It goes out right in...
Yeah, not
I'm wondering what it goes out to.
just the side alley, I would imagine. Not uncommon in two uppers like this to have side doors that go out to the side alley.
Yeah, Justin Wilson's not wrong. That ceiling really does get worse the more you look at it.
Really does. It's just awful. So, like the 1960s called, they want the dishwasher back.
Why didn't they... that Barbie Dream Bake Oven looks great there, though.
Right.
Just paint it white. Paint that ceiling white. The fact that it's that, I don't know what to call it, metallic light brown is just terrible. Okay, enough pictures of the
That's
kitchen.
just a reflection of the light, isn't it? Why do you have a novelty stepladder in your bathroom?
Well, it's a towel rack. I'm not saying that's okay. I'm just saying that's what it is. I just...
I'm looking at the fucking... Why do they have so much real estate in such a tiny little sink? Like, the fucking basin is so small compared to that sideboard. Oh, dear.
Lean sent an O. Copy link. I want to see this. Oh my.
Oh, yeah, wow.
Huh.
1243 Battery Avenue. Yeah, I can fucking believe it. That's aptly named.
So going out that door that I just mentioned, it's like probably into a side alley. No, you're going right at, you're face planting your neighbor's house.
The neighbor's house wasn't there originally then.
You know what this looks like? The a aerial drone shot of a fucking of a shipping yard.
Yep.
Like those are all industrial sized shipping containers. I will give them credit. This Google Images street view that Feline just sent. Oh, it's big too. It doesn't look that. It looks a lot better from the street.
If I can get a picture.
I see what you mean by parking's a bitch, Feline. Jesus. Holy shit.
This is what I am. If someone were to say the words New England suburbs to me,
Yeah.
this is what I picture.
This is in Baltimore, Maryland, Carol Soldier. Suburban Maryland? Where? What? Okay.
I'm just looking something up real quick. I can't find it.
Oh, holy shit. Does it the bathroom ever... Okay, hold on. So here's the bathroom, like, to your left, and then you turn to your right, and who doesn't want a disco ball over their jacuzzi? What the fuck?
Okay, so it's a two-man bath. Disco ball.
Easily the weirdest thing so far is the disco ball. What?
Exactly
the hell?
scream mood lighting, does it?
What? Just like you said, art students. Isn't that what you said? They just they did a '70s theme night somewhere, and they had a leftover disco ball. So they,
I can hear them. We're so quirky.
It looks like I would have to, chest up to this fucking glass screen here to make it through this area to get to the closet back there. It's like,
yeah.
It's like, honey, I put all your suits in the lattice closet
the
back
airing
there.
cabinet.
Yeah. It's like, why'd you put them there? Well, the closet space off the bedroom is mine, obviously. Oh, obviously. So you put them where all the steam was, so the mildew could get to them. Thanks, hon. All right, whatever. I don't think that this jacuzzi belongs in this house at all. I think a bathtub belongs in this house. This is ridiculous. I don't hate this tile at all, though. This black marble. I don't hate it.
It's not the worst. It's certainly not the worst. We've definitely seen significantly worse. Cool. It's thick stuff though. Look at it at the side of the wall there.
Yeah. That's of course assuming that it's not like laminated wood. It just has a outer layer on it that's only an 1/8 thick.
Could be.
You know what I mean?
Could be. Oh yeah.
Okay, here we go. Now we're up yonder on the mezzanine.
Excuse me. What's going on here?
It's long. It's angled. It's upstairs. Notice how they've got a heater in every room?
Yeah, you fucking need one, don't you?
Well, it's an AC heater, combo. But because, it's a constant pain in the ass to have temperature control in this house, it seems.
Yeah, you can see where the ceilings have been stripped down and then, given modern insulation and then put back up.
Fuck me.
Genuinely at a loss.
Yeah.
What you need to do is you need to have artwork that makes your TV look larger, smaller.
Mm-hmm.
Like you've got all that real estate on the wall, and you haven't mounted a fuck off TV. Instead, put up a grayscale real shot of fuck knows where that is.
Yeah, you can't call it
Baltimore, presumably.
It's like it's not a skyline. It's whatever, some fashionable area.
Industrial art.
Yeah. Does anything say industrial art like chains hanging from your lights for no fucking reason?
I'm expecting fairy lights to be in the bedroom. I really am.
Oh look, they got a wine rack.
I
love this
which is normally full of prosecco.
They got this little sticky out section. I'm assuming that a desk or a chair was supposed to pull up there, and this is supposed to be used as a desk. Just cut that shit off then. Don't paint it pink.
Yeah. It's the fold out sofa bed fucking contraption.
Oh, you think that's a Murphy bed behind there?
No, I mean on the right hand side, bottom right hand corner of the picture.
Oh, okay, I get you. The gray deal.
Yeah.
Man, those floors look rough as fuck. I'm just seeing it now. Look how scuffed as shit they are.
That's where the chair's been.
Of course, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Treat your wood floors properly, people. For fuck's sakes.
And they went, okay, let's see, pink desktop, right? And then crappy shit that nobody needs, and then a couple of shells painted morning mint. Right.
Morning is the appropriate word, but there's a U in there.
We're just being big pricks, but like this decoration is just, I don't know, schizophrenic.
It's off, isn't it? Okay, so the shit that's on the wall there, the mirror with the weird fucking surround, get rid of that. Just throw that out.
You like the tiny little lamp they put in the window frame? It's adorable.
Oh, you need a new lamp. Yeah, the fucking box ottoman thing that's in the middle of the
fucking hell. What in the fuck? How many steps do you need to get to the shitter? Why is there a... What is that? A statue of it all? Is that some sort of maritime goddess? What is happening?
Oh, God. It's all right if you're a gentleman and you have the gentlemanly problem first thing in the morning, and when you go for your morning shit, it's fine. You just aim for the sink.
You could stand up in front of the toilet and piss in their sink. I don't understand what's going on with this multi-step situation in the corner.
No man pisses in that toilet. This is a lady toilet right here, is what's going on there. Because if you were to try and stand to take a piss in that toilet, you go to zip up. You look down to find your fucking flies. You go to zip up. You're gonna fall over backwards through that sink.
Just imagine, if you will, because, it happens in life, right? Life is full of foibles and problems. You walk into bathrooms and there's people sitting on the toilet. And you're like, oh, my God, I'm sorry. And you walk back out, right? Imagine you're the guy sitting on the toilet when someone comes in and sees you sitting up there on a pedestal, a pastel pedestal. Imagine your embarrassment.
Wilhelmina.
It's like, if I open the door and I see you sitting up there, Sam, I'm not walking up going, oh shit, I'm sorry. I'm just going to start laughing. Like, oh my God, what are you doing?
It's good morning, Edith. I've been expecting you.
Farts of porcelain.
Jackson, I wasn't expecting you, and if I wanted to speak to a vegetable, I would have purchased one from Walmart.
I guess that's... I just really hate that wood sculpture. Obviously, I mean, it's hard not to hate that thing.
Again, there's too much busyness going on.
Did they put the sink in front of a bunch of are those the frosted glass bricks again? Is this a window?
Window. The whole ass window. There's literally a wall there. Wall space there to the left with a mirror on it. You could put the fucking... People make me angry, Polly.
This is hands down one of the strange. Remember the camouflage bathroom?
Yes.
This is right.
It's kind of fun.
This is right up there. Like, what's with the zebra painting? Again,
What this is?
art students.
So, someone has built this house in Minecraft, okay, is what's happened here. Then there's been something fucky happen to the save file, right, and the level save data has gotten corrupted, and shit is now just appearing where it shouldn't be. That's what's happening here.
And again, I am not trying to claim that I am an interior decorator. I just know when something looks ugly. Every time that I was sitting 4 feet in the air trying to take a shit, I would be looking
But the toilet seat's wrong. It's too big for the pot.
No, it really is. But there's also some lens distortion afoot. But nonetheless, you're not wrong.
That much?
Well, okay. Every time I looked over there, like at the fucking zebra painting, any painting that's on this wall, it's I don't know if clash is the right word, but it's just going to stand in opposition to the angle of the ceiling because it's going to be straight, right? The top of the painting. But it's not going to look straight because the ceiling line isn't straight. It just don't hang shit there unless it's like a circle or an oval or something, right? Doesn't that seem to stand to reason?
The problem is, the other problem is as well is, of course, everything in this room is just so weird and wacky and stand out. It's going to stick in your memory, and you're gonna accidentally condition yourself to take a shit every time you see a zebra.
Gilcato's like, everything you see from the toilet is your kingdom, Polly. You could say that if you want. I'm not gonna.
I was about.
No, I would not feel that way. I would feel like I'm the town dunce that's been put up for children to throw rotten fruit at. You know what I mean?
It's funny who says that, because I was about to say you know what the thing is with that toilet, right? You're living here, right? Your girlfriend comes, she's staying over or something like that. She comes in while you're taking your morning dump, and you're like, "Come here, baby, sit on my lap." So she does, and she's like, okay, sweetheart. You see, everything the light touches is our kingdom. That's how high up that toilet is.
And you have a lady friend over, and she's like, excuse me, may I use the washroom? Of course. Watch your step when walking up to the toilet.
and a week's worth of provisions.
And she's going to look at you like, what did you just say? You'll understand when you get there. And she will. She will.
And she'll leave you for somebody that lives in a sensible establishment.
When you're walking up to the toilet, yes, the steps can be treacherous.
First thing I want to do is come down after a morning shit.
Is that a long ways? Ceiling?
It is.
Okay, I don't think I've ever seen one like that before.
Either. It's a very confused witch window.
Yeah. Okay, so you're at the toilet, and you can either walk up to shit level or take a half step or quarter step further up, and you've made it into the bedroom. I mean, I guess for small bedrooms, I guess it's not so bad. I kind of like that lamp on the wall, whatever you want to call it. Wait, it's like upturned and whatnot.
Yeah.
All right, I'm trying to find something.
I don't know. I just
feel
like that time when the Justice League slipped, through the dimensional rift and ended up in Bizarro World, and they were just like, everything is different here, therefore wrong. Commence beatings. I feel like
I actually like your description of the house built in Minecraft that's been rearranged by file corruption. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This was meant to be in a different room. I really want that to be a door to a dumbwaiter. I don't know why. I just do.
No, that's the breakfast chute. There's a little lever on the other side of the bed that you can't see. You pull that, it puts breakfast on, and then when you want breakfast, you dive through there, and there's like machines to put your clothing on, like in Wallace and Gromit, and then you just slide all the way down, and it puts you in the dining room. Hidden door. The fake brickwork.
I do agree with Gokado on this. I think they were limited by the architecture of the place, or whatever you want to call it, the layout of it. It's why do you have access to the bedroom through the bathroom? It's kind of odd, but I don't know what else they were going to do. If that's where the piping was for water flow in both directions, what are you going to do? You know?
Carry it over and enclose this corner where that fucking god-awful statue is? Can extend pipe work.
Yeah.
Like it's a thing that we can do.
It's like, all right, you'll be staying in the upstairs bedroom. How do I get there? Okay, well, turn right at the wooden maritime goddess, walk by the elevated toilet, and keep going into the pastel vice room. That's where you'll be staying.
Over the hills and far away. Oh, there's
Man, the lens work is just really fucking with my head here. So that's just another open glass, see to the other area type hole.
A cubby.
Do you think this?
What's is that? It's not the bath. Those the steps down? Yeah, they are. Yeah. Okay.
So this
look at that.
This cutout area up here. What's on the other side of it? It's not this living room, is it?
I don't think so.
Is it here? Is it this?
Must be.
So you go behind. So the elevated shitter's behind this wall.
Genuinely, well, because it's 2 up, 2 down. So that window there. If you see where the spiral staircase is.
Yes, I do.
Back
yeah,
left
yeah, I do.
Of this room, yeah. So that window there is the leftmost one as you're looking at the building from the outside. So presumably there is another window.
Oh, I haven't seen a Churchill LGBTQ in a while. I think a Gamer of Lane for the 350. You could say the house is cheap. I sent you the details on age and the heating/cooling. I also sent you the public records on property tax. That bad, huh? Jesus. Oh, okay, hold on. Just trying to get a sense of what's on the other side of this facade here that they've put up.
There's a cabinet type thing there, which I don't think is in the bathroom. So no, I think that is another room that we just haven't seen yet.
Okay. It is just a cutout. No, okay, there's the shitter down there.
So there's like an angled roof or something like that?
Oh, I understand. This is sitting on the bed looking back. Okay, I get it. All right.
Yeah.
What happens when you pull back the curtain? What's there?
I think it's a drop into the void.
And why did you put a wall unit, whatever the fuck, in the way of it? Like, isn't that just a giant window?
Those curtains are never open because, heating the place, right?
Here's the other bedroom.
This is the bedroom. Yeah, this is what's at the far end that we thought the shits might be behind it.
Okay. With a periodic table over the bed.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no. This is the kids' room, isn't it?
I guess so.
That's the other picture on the wall there between the 2 windows. Anti-masturbation propaganda. That's weird.
Nothing has enclosure. Everything is just open airflow. There's no way for anywhere to get warm or cool in this entire fucking place. No wonder there's ceiling fucking fans in every fucking room and heater cooler units in every fucking room.
Just... I'm so confused.
And destroyed
the architect?
hardwood floor in every fucking room.
I mean, those door-looking things there are fake because that's just a like a clad wall separating this off from the drop.
You're right. Yeah. Yes, it would be. The only thing, if you were able to open those doors, which you're probably not, you would see the spiral staircase. You would see like the drop to your doom.
And if you remember how narrow the spiral staircase is, it's not like it takes up the full amount of the volume of that drop either. It doesn't even take up like a quarter of it.
And yeah, and Carol
So
Soldier's
confusing.
right. Zero true privacy. Absolutely. Like you get up in the morning. Let's say this is your bedroom. Okay, so you want to go use the bathroom. You feel like walking up to the toilet, and so you get up, right, and you can hear every word of every conversation that's going on in the TV room. They can hear every bit of every conversation you're having with your girl while you're talking to her on the phone in your bedroom, right? Zero privacy. Just all the sounds are just floating over top and floating downstairs. You can hear every bit of every conversation happening at the fucking kitchen table downstairs.
It's all hard floors as well. There's no carpeting or anything like that, so there's just no sound insulation whatsoever.
Last pictures.
Just awful
Jesus,
layout.
it was built in 1854.
Hey, who? Irishman?
They're not people.
Oh, they were drunk at the time.
The heating is heat pump, wall furnace, and electric. The cooling is ceiling fans, window units, and electric.
Couldn't wait for us to get to the property description, could you? Not you, the person that sent you that.
William, the property tax history is depressing. Oh, I see what you meant about the fucking shipping yards comment. It is right off the fucking water port.
Right. So it's like factory town housing, yeah.
Huh. There. Yes. See, this is... Give generously to the Monitor Fund, and I won't have to do this any fucking more.
I'm having to flick back between chat and this all the time. Like, I just saw this comment. That's why I sent the last pics. It's open because of the heating system. Dude.
Yeah, and that's what, because I can't have Discord up because, so, I've got one actual external monitor and then another one that doesn't even get called a monitor, and it's only a 4x3. I own a 4x3 screen, Sam. You believe that?
Shit.
Yeah, no, it's true. Why do you think I started the Monitor Fund, man? I needed to...
In 2023?
I know. This thing ain't from 2023. This thing, I'm betting, is from the early fucking 2000s.
Poor Otter.
It's
okay, never mind me, people. Click on that fucking Streamlabs link there that says Polydub Live, for fuck's sakes.
It is a...
This man's got a 4x3 screen.
It is a Dell, and I claimed it from campus.
Good morning, Apex Algorithm Guy. It's nice to see you live for a change rather than the comment section.
Yeah, hey, holy shit, good call. Apex Algorithm Guy is the most dedicated commenter in all my comments sections.
Every video.
Yeah, it's great.
Video, he's there.
If there's
God's work.
If there's anyone who keeps the fucking YouTube believing that my channel isn't run by bots, it's Apex Algorithm Guy. It's
yeah, no, absolutely. Wow.
So I discovered this quote unquote monitor in a cabinet in what used to be a computer lab in a vacant room in an old building on campus. And I basically said, "Can I have this?"
And they were like, "Yeah, it's 4.3. What would we possibly conceivably use it for?"
Well, the question I actually got was, "For what?" And I said, "I said I need a second monitor." I actually said it was to put documents up on while I was typing on my main one, which was bullshit. I needed a second monitor for streaming, but because I needed something to have OBS up on. Well, this was my main screen, because what you guys chat are seeing is what Sam is looking at. Is the picture of this remarkably unprivate bedroom. And all of this stuff. This is my share screen, right? The main monitor, and then the second monitor is the... Jesus, on a 4x3 monitor, Sam, I have OBS squeezed to 2/3 of the screen and the chat on the remaining third. This is I am one step away from like daisy chaining multiple computers together. Like, I'm one step above that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Give generously.
I love the fact that you asked, "Can I have this?" And they were like, "What for?" To serve drinks and nibbles off of. What do you think?
Do you want to know what kind of excuse me, socket attachment it has coming off of it?
GA?
What'd you say?
GA?
What is GA?
VGA.
Oh, VGA,
as in
yeah.
the old three. Yeah.
The multi-pin thing.
Yeah, DVI was the start of HD screens, and that was like, 16.9 and 16.10.
So I swung down to the local computer supply store and bought the VGA to USB adapter. Oh, no.
USB?
No, not USB.
HDMI.
No, not HDMI. DisplayPort.
Oh, right. Gotcha. Yeah. VGA. Fuck, I haven't used a VGA monitor since 2000 and...
At least now you guys know why I've been carrying on about monitors. So moving on. Oh. Well.
Just...
Oh.
Fascinating. I can fit so much stuff in between the petals of these flowers.
So we got 3 pictures of flowers at the end. I think they just wanted to go full flowers after they showed you that, yeah, this is a house that's basically meant for a couple.
Yeah, that maybe you've got their first kid or something like that, who's 5 years old.
Yeah, at best, because it's no teenager's gonna want to fucking live here. But the only thing it's really good for, and it's kind of too big and too expensive for that, if you know what I mean, is like a couple and those are guest rooms. Because it's nowhere you want to live long term, if you know what I mean. You just want someone staying here for like a week, because as soon as they see that everything's open, why is it open?
As Valine said, the heating. This just feels like a fucking Airbnb property.
I'm saving this.
It really does.
I'm saving this bathroom picture, man.